Eurooppa on ollut viime vuosina isojen muutosten kourissa. Ensin oli koronapandemia, sitten Venäjä hyökkäsi Ukrainaan. Näistä muutoksista huolimatta Eurooppa on nyt yhtenäisempi kuin koskaan. Tämän solidaarisuuden tunteen siivittämänä nyt on loistava hetki keskustella siitä, mikä on suomalaisten paikka Euroopassa ja mikä on EUn paikka maailmassa. Turussa järjestetään jälleen elokuussa Eurooppa-foorumi, jossa pohditaan Suomen ja EUn asemaa osana muuttuvaa kansainvälistä järjestystä. Vuosi 2022 on Euroopan nuorten teemavuosi, joten olenkin täällä Turussa keskustelemassa nuorten kanssa, miltä heidän silmiensä vaikuttaa tämä Euroopan muuttuva tilanne. EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyön mahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelevat siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU perustettiin aikanaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EU-maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No, mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asettaisi vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
No, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavina askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilisista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
Tällaisia ja monia muita kiinnostavia keskusteluja käydään elokuussa Eurooppa-foorumissa Turussa.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure on behalf of the Board of Europe-Forum Association to welcome you to this fifth Europe Forum.
Eurooppa-foorumi Turku Association. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all here on the fifth Europe Forum.
What is new this year is that, first of all, there's more of us, both on the organizers as well as the attendance side, and all presentations will be interpreted between Finnish and English. As in earlier years, we have three large topic entities: science, economy, and politics. And of course, they are all connected to each other. This year, naturally, we have a stronger focus on foreign and security policy. This first day, traditionally, is focusing on science, and I would now like to take the opportunity to thank all the organizers and people who have participated in organizing this day. Why do we arrange a science day? There are at least three factors behind this. Research and studies are very important as the background of any decision making. On the other hand, universities, academies want to be involved in society as active players. We don't want to stay within our academic communities. And the third factor that is also very important for this Europe Forum is that, at least in my opinion, universities and academies have a very important role in societies to promote freedom of speech and human rights. We don't only provide information, do research for those who graduate from universities. Universities and academies are also sort of builders of common knowledge in society, and I believe that our meetings here will provide and promote all these issues, and I wish you all a very fruitful day, Science Day. And as usual, we start with the greetings from the rectors from our universities, Rector Jukka Kola from the University of Turku and Rector Mikael Lindfeld from Åbo Academy University.
Hyvää huomenta.
Good morning.
Good morning to all of you.
And the same in German, roughly.
After the last autumn's Eurooppa-forum, or even little more than 6 months ago, what was going to happen in Europe, in our political and security environment. It shows actually, it's sort of the evidence that we need to follow things much more, much thoroughly, and also without that kind of previous experiences which actually show that they are not very reliable one for our planning for the future. So, especially today, when it is the Independence or National Day of Ukraine, we have realized that this situation has changed so quickly that we are a little bit sort of uncertain what's going on. There's so many things that we didn't realize only 6 months ago. We are living in the VUCA world, V-U-C-A. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And that's with us. We cannot avoid it. So then, like Rita said, the role of science and research, the role of universities, it's more important than ever. Well, I know, we are repeating this sentence many times, but it's becoming more and more the truth of the situation that we need more research, more science there to see the situation, why and what is taking place, to see it and understand it better. We haven't understood it in the previous months or years, what's going to be the development, the adverse development in Europe. So we have to find solutions. Tutkimuksen ja tieteen tehtävä on ratkaista.
It is the job of science and research to help solve problems, to promote important things.
See in a way or means to solve situation, especially in this kind of uncertain and very surprising situation in our political and security environment. Samaan aikaan kun korostetaan tutkimuksen ja
While we emphasize the significance of science and research, we shouldn't forget about the importance of education. The connection between the society and universities is crucial, and that is how we build up future. And now that we have new students on our campus, together with the more senior students, they are our future. Our training must be good enough for them to come up with solutions to make the world a better place to live in and to work in. For all of us, Finland, Europe, the world are all included in this scenario.
The role of universities has been for centuries, it will be for decades and centuries in a crucial role in order to make our world a better place to live and work for all of us. At this moment, haluaisin kiittää kaikkia niitä.
Now I would like to thank all of you who have played their part to organize this from various instances, but also those who have supported our activities that have not been directly involved in the organization. And I would like to thank you, dear audience. I'm happy you're with us. You are the people who make this event and take it out from here, telling the story how important Eurooppa-forum is, in particular in these unstable times in Europe. Thank you.
Tack. Också från min sida vill jag hälsa er alla välkomna till årets Eurooppa-forum, det 5:e ordningen. Jag tänker prata svenska så det är omöjligt att simultantolka det här till engelska. Årets tema, Finland och EUs ställning som en del av den föränderliga internationella ordningen. Det enda stabila förefaller vara förändring. En mardröm för människor som älskar att saker är som de alltid har varit. Förändring är alltid antingen ett hot eller en möjlighet. Förändring är tider som dessa när nya steg tas. Finlands självständighet 1918 skedde inte heller under en tid då vi förhandlade och diskuterade oss fram till att månne Finland kunde bli självständigt. Nej, det var stora förändringar på gång och då drog man ett snabbt steg i förändringen. Finlands inträde i Europeiska unionen 1995 var inte lika dramatisk, men där fanns också stora förändringar i bakgrunden. Berlinmurens fall 1989, ekonomins kollaps 1991, Finlands VM-guld 1995 i hockey. Det är en stor förändring. Och i samma veva gör Finland steg in i EU. Finlands steg in i NATO, samma mönster. Det är när förändringens vindar blåser som momentum finns. Utan förändring, utan dramatiska omständigheter, så diskuterar vi. Och förhandlar och för dialoger. Det är vardag. Det är den vardag vi behöver. Men inte bara vardagar. Så årets tema har aktualitet och betydelse på ett sällan skådat sätt. Det handlar om framtid. Det handlar om nu och vart är vi på väg. För idag, exakt idag för 6 månader sedan, 24 februari, det är 24 augusti nu. Ukrainas självständighetsdag som Jukka påminde om. Exakt för 6 månader sedan hände det ofattbara att Europa plötsligt står i krig. Och vi är fortfarande mitt i den omställningen. För att göra det väldigt enkelt och konkret. Den dagen, 24 februari, föddes 135 barn i Finland. Enligt statistiken. I snitt. Idag föds i Finland 135 barn. Och vår uppgift är att se till att inte bara våra studerande som kommer till campus utan dessa barn har en framtid som handlar om fred, försoning och samförstånd. Vi måste stå starka tillsammans med hela EU inför den här krisen som fortfarande pågår. Dessa dagar, detta forum är aktuellare än någonsin. Jag byter lite tema. för 3 år sedan, det här är 5:e gången, för 3 år sedan så stod jag i samma uppgift på ett annat ställe och höll ett improviserat tal för att den som skulle hålla talet hade blivit förhindrad och jag fick step up typ med 1 dags varsel och jag ska prata inför Eurooppa-forum. Och det enda jag tänkte på, Eurooppa-forum, Europe, det svenska bandet och låten It's a final countdown. Och jag tänkte att vågar jag månne i ett sånt tillfälle, en sån situation anspela på Europe och final countdown? Jo, jag gjorde det och jag har fått höra om det talet otaliga gånger efter det. Människor som kommer fram till mig och säger hej, jag hörde dig, du sjöng den där Europa-låten. Det är ingen Europa-hymn direkt, men och då talar jag om countdown som ett countdown. När månne är det dags att vi tillsammans med yliopisto kan sätta fokus, också forskning och utbildningsfokus på Europa. Liksom riktigt fokuserat. Och nu är vi snart där. Nästa höst så inleder vi en gemensam mastersutbildning med European Studies i centrum. Åbo universitet, Åbo akademi tillsammans en masterslinje. Multidisciplinärt, multispråkligt. Finska, svenska och engelska. Det är inspirerat av Eurooppa-forum, skulle jag säga. Att vi jobbar mot att hitta aktuella saker och skapa verksamhetsformer som universiteten gör. Tillsammans, Jukka för sitt universitet, jag för Åbo akademi, gör vi också mycket annat som har att göra och kopplingar till Europa och EU direkt. Givetvis, universiteten är alltid internationella. Det finns inget annat alternativ. Universiteten har alltid varit internationella. Åbo akademi 1640, från första början, stormaktstiden, var ett internationellt projekt. Och ingenting har ändrat i det avseende. Men det som har ändrat nu är att båda våra universitet är aktivt med i europeiska universitetsnätverkssammanhang. Åbo universitet i en European Alliance som har det underbara namnet European Campus of City Universities, förkortat ECU2. Alltså ECU2, det är lite sett, eller hur? ECU2. Medan Åbo akademi nyligen har blivit antagen till en motsvarande University Alliance i Europa som heter Charm-EU. Jag tycker det låter också sett. Så vi är med på allvar i Universitet Alliances och skapar nätverk mitt inne i europeiska centrala universitetssammanhang. Och det gör vi från lokala utgångspunkter med sikte på europeiska arena med globala målsättningar. Båda alliances jobbar med att skapa utbildningar och attraktiva utbildningar för våra studerande, forskningssamarbete, alltid med målsättning sustainability i någon form. Det är det vi gör. Programmet idag vetenskap, imorgon ekonomi, på fredag politik i stort sett. Ett underbart fantastiskt programutbud. Jag önskar alla som deltar, alla som ställer upp och ordnar de här väldigt fina dagar och inspirerande dagar. Nu över tillbaka till Rita. Tack.
Ja nyt pääsemme sitten itse foorumiin.
So now we will start with the actual program of the forum and the first keynote presentation. We will hear Alan Rosas, Doctor of Law, and who's been a judge at the Court of Justice of the European Union for a long time. This is an English-speaking presentation. Does might make right or right make might? Some observations on power and legitimacy in international relations.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm happy once again to participate in the Eurooppa-forum, which is becoming even more important and rich of program over the years. So my subject concerns the question, is it power and military force which counts in the world, or is it law, justice, right, or is it both? Let me start by recalling that in the so-called Westphalian order, which of course owes its name to the peace treaties of 1648, so almost 400 years ago and 8 years after the founding of the university in Turku, by the way. But 1648 was ending, of course, the 30 years war, implied a gradual centralization of state power, including the formation of more or less standing armies. States became conceived as sovereign and independent entities which could settle their differences by waging war. The medieval doctrine of just and unjust wars and the requirement that wars be just faded into the background. War became increasingly conceived as a normal way of settling disputes between states. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, among many others, characterized war as a relation between states in which individuals are not enemies as men or even as citizens, but as soldiers representing the foreign state. Some restraints applied in warfare, concerning, for instance, civilians and prisoners of war, but Rousseau was skeptical of the chances of a lasting peace. He only reluctantly agreed to edit the papers containing a project on perpetual peace and a European Confederation of States written by Abbé de Saint-Pierre. According to Rousseau, it was a regrettable reality that the sovereign rulers resorted to war when they considered it to be in their self-interest. Force was not controlled by law. Might did not depend on right. And the result was that, and I quote an English translation of Rousseau, brute force reigns under the empty name of justice. But on the other hand, preceding Immanuel Kant with his famous Zum ewigen Frieden, Rousseau seems to have considered that safeguarding a lasting peace required a democratization of societies. Democratization, to use today's terminology, he would not have used it in that meaning. More recent normative developments and state practice have proven the worth of these ideas. The conviction that war not only should be restricted, restrained, as we say in Latin, use in bello, but outlawed, prohibited altogether, use contra bellum, has run in parallel with the gradual democratization of societies, be it mainly in Europe and the Americas. Today we can say that liberal democracies, which are based on the trinity of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, do not wage wars against each other among themselves. Looking at international normative developments, the first international conventions providing for a regulation of war, such as the conventions adopted by the Hague Peace Conference of 1899 and 1907, despite the name Peace Conference, were focused on rules and customs in war, use in bello, rather than outlawing or prohibiting war as such. But the horrors of the First World War strengthened the conviction that such restraints were not good enough. Preventing wars became one of the goals stated in the Covenant of the League of Nations. The Covenant did not contain an absolute prohibition on the use of force, however, and in any case the League was not able to secure the settlement of disputes by peaceful means only, with some notable exceptions, such as the solution to dispute between Finland and Sweden concerning the Åland Islands in 1921. A further step in the normative efforts to prevent wars was the Kellogg-Briand Pact of 1928, named here after the foreign ministers of the US and France. Officially titled the General Treaty for Renunciation of War as an Instrument of National Policy. The more than 60 signatory states solemnly declared that they condemn recourse to war for the solution of international controversies and committed themselves to seek the settlement of all disputes exclusively by peaceful means. On the other hand, the Kellogg-Briand Pact had no mechanism of enforcement and sanctions. Whatever its normative merit, it did not, of course, deter states such as Germany, the Soviet Union, and Japan from attacking other nations and unleashing the Second World War. Yet, the Kellogg-Briand Pact did inspire the inclusion of crimes against peace, subsequently also terms crimes of aggression, among the three categories of crimes which could be tried by the Nuremberg and Tokyo international military tribunals. The pact was cited by these tribunals in the condemnation of German and Japanese leaders for having waged wars of aggression. The Nuremberg Tribunal, in fact, characterized the war of aggression not only as an international crime, but as, and I quote, the supreme international crime. The Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court of 1998, a court which exists today in The Hague, especially after amendments made to the statute later on, also covers the crime of aggression, be it that the jurisdiction of the court is here more limited than with respect to war crimes and crimes against humanity. The legal text meant to constitute the centerpiece of a post-war rule-based order is, of course, the UN Charter. The Charter instructs member states to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Chapter 7 of the Charter concerns actions with respect to threats to the peace, breaches of the peace, and acts of aggression. It is incumbent on the Security Council to determine the existence of such situations and to decide what economic or military sanctions should be taken with a view to securing international peace and security. As is well known by now, the 5 permanent members of the Security Council have a veto right. Even if only one of them votes against the decision and all the other 14 members vote in favor, there will be no decision. The incapacity of the UN to take action does not, on the other hand, prevent states from acting in self-defense, including collective self-defense, if they become victims of an armed attack. The era of the United Nations has certainly not eliminated armed conflicts from the international scene. However, most of the armed conflict of the post-war period have been predominantly civil wars or other internal conflicts. Moreover, there has been a political bias against wars of aggression. States that resort to military force have normally tried to present the situation as one of self-defense or as an intervention requested by a local friendly government. There have been very few wars of conquest. In other words, wars waged with the open intention of annexing another state or parts of it. Perhaps the clearest example is the Iraqi invasion and annexation of Kuwait of August 1990. A coalition of more than 30 states authorized by a UN Security Council resolution to use all necessary means intervened militarily and restored the sovereignty and independence of Kuwait. After the horrors of the Second World War, a central objective has been securing the peace in Europe. The European communities, today the European Union, were devised to achieve this by a far-reaching integration of their member states. The project has been successful in that sense. There has been no armed conflict between the EU member states, whereas almost all of its neighboring states have been involved in such conflicts. The Soviet Union, Russia, has been the main culprit, with military interventions in Hungary 56, Czechoslovakia 68, Moldova 92, Georgia 2008, and Ukraine 2014. Formal annexation of territory has been more or less limited to the Crimean Peninsula, but in other cases there has been de facto annexation of territory by installing puppet regimes: Transnistria, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, Lugansk, Donetsk. The ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine is a step much further, as it involves massive belligerent action against the entire territory of Ukraine and seems to have had at least as its initial objective the curtailing of Ukrainian independence and the annexation, at least of some parts of Ukrainian territory. During the Cold War, paradoxically, things were somewhat less belligerent. To strengthen peaceful cooperation, the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe was convened and culminated in the adoption of the Helsinki Final Act of 1975. The principles guiding relations between participating states include the principles of refraining from the threat or use of force, the inviolability of frontiers, and the territorial integrity of states. The last mentioned principle provides, inter alia, that no occupation or acquisition of another state's territory by force will be recognized as legal. Ukraine did not sign the Helsinki Final Act, which was signed by the Soviet Union on behalf of all the republics belonging to the Union. But alongside the Soviet Union and Belarus, Ukraine was one of the founding members of the United Nations, something perhaps less known. And in line with the right of succession recognized in the Soviet Constitution, the Ukrainian parliament declared full independence on 24th August 1991, as we have said 31 years ago. The declaration was approved in a referendum of 1st December 1991 with more than 90% voting in favor. On 2nd December, Russia recognized Ukraine's independence, and in a meeting between Russia, Ukraine and Belarus on 8th December, the Belavege Accords were signed, declaring that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist. In the Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances of December 1994, by which Ukraine agreed to abandon its nuclear weapons, Russia, the United Kingdom and the United States reaffirmed inter alia their commitment, and I quote, to respect the independence and sovereignty and the existing borders of Ukraine, end of unquote. They also reaffirmed their obligation to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of the country. Thus, the statements by Russian leaders indicating that Ukraine does not have a right to separate statehood could not be further from the long-standing commitments made by Russia itself. This war of aggression constitutes manifestly a violation of the UN Charter and also the Helsinki Final Act. It seems to constitute an effort not only to invalidate Ukrainian independence, but also return to 19th century, or to judge from admirative Russian statements regarding Peter the Great, 18th century doctrines on the legitimacy of war. Ultimately, the attack against Ukraine is also an attack against liberal democracy. Allowing Ukrainian aspirations to strengthen democracy and the rule of law to continue is perceived by Russia as a threat. At the same time, a more long-term goal is to weaken the European Union and the US by supporting political forces in the West that favor autocracy and closer ties to Russia. Brutal military aggression cannot be stopped by empty words, but can only be met by armed force. The UN Charter refers to the right of not only individual but also collective self-defense. This possibility becomes especially relevant in situations such as the war in Ukraine, where the UN Security Council is paralyzed by the veto of the permanent members. Economic and other sanctions may be useful too, and while their real immediate effect may vary and be open to discussion, they may be important as statements of principle and contributions to a normative discourse. It is also commendable to condemn not only war crimes and crimes against humanity, but also crimes of aggression. It is true that the International Criminal Court does not have jurisdiction with respect to the crime of aggression committed by Russian leaders, because Russia is not a party to the Rome Statute. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in Strasbourg has called for an ad hoc international criminal tribunal to hold to account perpetrators of the crime of aggression against Ukraine. While it does not, unfortunately, perhaps seem likely that Russian leaders, unlike German leaders in the Nuremberg trial, will face trial before any such tribunal, everybody concerned should be reminded of the fact that aggression is indeed a crime. By the way, the Rome Statute for the International Criminal Court includes among the acts which qualifies as an act of aggression, I quote, the action of a state in allowing its territory, which it has placed at the disposal of another state, to be used by that other state for perpetrating an act of aggression against a third state. Lukashenko regime, be aware. This brings me finally to the question of recognition of governments. Should regimes which manifestly resort to crimes of aggression still be recognized as the lawful government of a country? A lawyer is reminded of the Tobar doctrine, named after the then foreign minister of Ecuador back in 1907, proposed that recognition be withheld from regimes which grasp power by unconstitutional means. A full application of this doctrine not only to unconstitutional regimes, but also regimes which resort to war of aggression does not seem realistic. The solution of the Berlin Declaration of 5th June 1945 asserting that there was no legitimate central government in Germany and that supreme authority on German territory was exercised by the four main Allied powers was only possible because of the unconditional surrender of Germany. In other situations, it may, whether we like it or not, be necessary to take cognizance, perhaps not recognition, but cognition of a regime in power as representing the aggressor state if it's necessary to conclude some agreement ending the hostilities. Yet, it is not only a moral imperative, but also, I would argue, long-term realpolitik to challenge the full legitimacy not only of undemocratic regimes, but also those manifestly guilty of aggression. It is true that during the 20th century, the international community has not accomplished the fulfillment of the idea that right would always make might. Yet there has been a movement in that direction. Now there is an effort to turn the clock back. We need to defend the idea that right makes might and not the other way round. And in the long run, securing peace is best served by the spread of liberal democracy. The war in Ukraine should have opened our eyes. There is a worldwide struggle between democracies and undemocratic regimes which concerns us all. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Kiitoksia
Thank you for a very weighty comment. We have time for a couple of questions or comments. There were plenty of comments on our message wall, but no questions. Does anybody here have a question, since you have a wonderful expert here available to you? Yes, go ahead. Finnish or English, it doesn't matter. We have interpreters present.
I think what you said now is just one of the indications how much we need not only this multidisciplinary research, but also perhaps the question of the old tradition of peace research, which we used to have even in Finland and in Europe. So bringing all this together, of course, not only the political and juridical arguments, I think this would be a very important issue to start considering enhancing also this kind of a peace research activities jointly. And I would even guess that the debate today, what we have in Europe and in global terms, this would be a advocate for this kind of a process. So what do you think? Should we come back to the old tradition of very strong collaboration in peace research?
Yes, certainly. I don't think peace research has disappeared. In a sense, it's live, but it has not attracted the same public attention as it used to do in the 1970s and 1980s. A Journal of Peace Research, for instance, is an excellent journal and is still very much alive. But it's true, maybe peace research should again become more sort of well known. But it should also perhaps be as realistic as possible. Or maybe I leave it at that.
Ehkä vielä toinen kommentti tai...
Perhaps there is another question or a comment? And if not, we will conclude this first session. I would like to thank Alan Rosas and our rectors for their comments, and we start with program here at 10 o'clock also in the Turku City Theatre. So have a very good meeting days.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon, että EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kun Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
In November 2020, the European Commission launched its rather ambitious strategy on offshore renewable energy. That strategy proposes that we increase the capacity of installed offshore wind power by, from its current level of 15 gigawatts up to 60 gigawatts per 2030, and further on to 300 gigawatts per 2050. And this would play an important role in our ambition to accomplish the energy transition that we have ahead of us. Today we have a panel here, and we will delve deeper into the issues and opportunities of exploiting the winds of the Baltic Sea, especially in terms of what it means and what it takes for various stakeholders of the farm. A key question is actually how should we plan, govern, implement this whole process so as to maximize the benefits for local communities, on a national level, investors, but at the same time minimizing the harm it may cause for the environment and socially. These are also important topics of the sea profiling area at Åbo Academy University that is hosting this session here today. My name is Magnus Hellström, and together with my colleague Taisa Portela, we will serve as the moderators today. Warmly welcome.
Hello, also welcome from my part. Today we are really excited for the presentations and the panel discussion from about a very important topic that has gained even more attention this year due to the urgency to achieve independence from Russian fossil fuels well before 2030. We have asked our guest speakers to prepare short notes about the offshore wind energy development, and after we will have a panel discussion, and this session will focus on the Finnish experience. And we also have reserved some time for questions from the audience towards the end of the session. Our first speaker is Professor Kari Hyhtiainen. He is a professor of Baltic Sea Conservation Economics at the University of Helsinki. He is currently involved in a project about the future economic potential of offshore wind power in Finland.
And next up, we have Mika Järvinen from Aalto University. Mika is a professor in energy conversion, and he is, among other many things, he is currently involved in producing and editing a new handbook for energy engineering students, which would really be path-breaking in terms of how those engineering students can cope with the ecological crisis in planning and implementing new power solutions.
Yeah, and our next speaker would be Anne Nummela. She's a regional planning advisor at the Satakunta Regional Council, and Anne has worked closely with the development of the marine spatial plans of Finland, and she will discuss about the planning process in the context of offshore wind energy development.
And last but not least, we have Anna Heger, welcome, from Ilmatar Offshore. Ilmatar Offshore is one of the companies that have expressed its interest in exploiting the wind areas around the Åland Islands. In addition, Anna serves as the European Climate Pact Ambassador in Finland. Was that right? Yeah. Good. So, without further ado, I think we start with short introductions from each panelist, and then we round up with a common discussion. Kari, please take the stage.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for invitation. I'm an environmental economist, and I look on the ways to take these environmental concerns and also some of the social concerns into account in planning economic activities. And at the moment, we have some 1,000 wind turbines in Finland, and the number of turbines are growing fast at the moment. Most of the turbines are located in the western part of the country, and almost all they are located on shores, but on land, not at sea. And Even though Finland is a large country, we have a large area. It seems that with the increasing number of turbines, also the number of conflicts with local population is increasing. And this is something we have to take into account. And if the space on land becomes scarce, then sea is a natural way to move on. The thing is that the offshore wind is a little bit more costly than onshore wind at the moment. But increase in investments in offshore wind and technological development shrinks the cost difference. And it might be that in the near future we are in a situation where the cost difference is minimal. We are at the stage now in Finland when we should decide on whether we want offshore wind or not. And if we want, then we have to consider how to smoothen the process and how to make all the externalities as small as possible, all environmental externalities and damages to societies. And there are a number of considerations we have to think and discuss. And the first one is environmental concerns. We should develop instructions and guidelines for the industry that minimizes the damages to marine environment, all the species there. And noise from construction is one of the major things. These offshore wind plants, they need concrete basements at the moment. They are also floating wind turbines under planning, but they are not competitive at the moment. And we should also pay attention to minimize the waste to the environment. Another consideration is administrational. We should think on how we smoothen the process of licensing and maybe speed up, but without compromising the quality of environmental impact assessments and all the other steps that are needed. Also, the third aspect is international collaboration, and in particular with Sweden. We should create conditions for both countries that are equal for the companies to compete for the opportunities to build offshore wind. Another opportunity is to think on whether we need more transmission lines between Sweden and Finland, and how we transfer the energy from sea to land, and whether there are any opportunities to collaborate with our neighboring country. Fourth consideration is research and innovation and research and development. And there are several promising areas that would fit very nicely with offshore wind. And one opportunity is the green hydrogen as a way to transfer energy from distant places to industrial outlets. Another interesting opportunity is so-called multi-purpose offshore platforms. And there are platforms offshore which combine different kinds of industries. There might be possibilities to combine food production and wind energy production, also combining wind energy with wave energy and so forth. Even there might be possible to increase tourism, to combine tourism opportunities and offshore winds. There are already some pilot experiments going on in Denmark on that possibility. So these were the four different considerations we should pay attention to. Thank you.
Thank you, Kari. Many interesting thoughts. And Mika, please, a technical perspective on the offshore wind power.
Okay, thank you, Magnus. And well, good morning still to everybody. Yes, as an engineer, I was asked to give some technological development issues on this and potential technically what is available. Just to put us on the map, at the moment in Finland we are roughly producing 12% our power from wind, which is a huge development. 10 years ago this was 0, so it really increased a lot. And there are predictions that we would have in around 10 years, maybe 60 to 70% of the power would come from wind, which is amazing transformation. And if we go offshore, there is one, let's say, significant offshore wind park, which is at Tahkoluoto. That's about 40 megawatts. And 1 month ago, the government released seabed area, so that this area or this park could be increased to 900 megawatts. Significant increase, but also they released the area in Korsnäs. The range, what is planned, is 1.3 to 3 gigawatts, which is really big amount of wind power. At the moment, at the end of June in Finland, we had 4 gigawatts. So thinking about these new additions, we would already double the wind power capacity in Finland. So we are talking really big things. As an engineer, I can't help of talking some technical stuff, and if this goes too technical, throw me with something. So if it goes too deep, but generally, power output from a turbine, it's a strong function of velocity, of speed, wind speed, and size. And if we double the wind speed, power production increases by a factor of 8. And if we triple the wind speed, power production increase almost by a factor of 30. So it's a massive impact if we have 5 meters per second or 15 meters per second. On size, if we double the size from 100 meters to 200 meters, power production grows by a factor of 4, and if we triple the size, then it grows by almost 10 times bigger. So the size matters and the wind speed matters a lot. And theoretical maximum for getting the recovering the energy from the wind, we can roughly at maximum is 60% roughly. But it's free and it's out there. Finland has very good wind conditions, so why not? So what is good news here for offshore? When we go offshore, wind speeds are much higher. Average wind speed can be 50% higher than on the land. So this third power law, it means that much more power is available. And also when we go to sea, there are no habitants, not in my backyard, it's not really an issue there. And they can be larger, rotate faster, and much more power is all that way. And the wind is also more stable on the sea, a very important issue for the fatigue of the turbine components, not so much shaking, they will last longer. But of course, when we go to offshore, there is the elements, there's rain, we have winter, water and freezing conditions don't really work together. So there will be sea ice, icing of the plates and towers and so on. But these we can manage. So certainly we have potential, technical potential there. Then a few words about the technological trends going on at the moment. As Tim already mentioned, the price of offshore wind is a bit higher than on land. On land, the price is already cheaper than the fossil energy sources. So that is perfect, but we really need to do more R&D work to decrease the price on offshore as well. And we need ways to decrease the price, one option is to increase the size. Also the foundations, as already mentioned, that's something that we need to work on, but also how we install the turbines on the sea. That's really expensive process because they are really huge and it costs a lot to take them on the sea. And in general, technological development trend is that the larger, the bigger. And this is possible on the sea. And the largest turbines on the markets are at the moment from 10 to 14 megawatts. So in rotor diameter, the one that is rotating, it means 170 meters to 220 meters. So think about this kind of thing on your backyard. It's really massive size. And there are prototypes for 15 to 16 megawatts already available, and then the size is something like 240, 250 meters, and the tip of the rotor goes almost to 300 meters. So they are really massive systems. And these should be on markets next year late or 24. And when we go to the sea, there's more wind is available, so we can estimate that roughly 65% they would be, if they run full-time 65% of the time, that is the power that is available. On the other hand, on the land, it's around 40% of the time they would run full-time, if we calculate it like that. Yes, so this offshore requires foundations on the seabed. That's one challenge and really a lot of development. How can we bring the turbines to the sea? That's ongoing. But yes, this was most of me. But to really get an idea of the scale, visit a wind park and take a look at how huge they are. If you go in the close to the turbine, you really realize that they are huge. And offshore, these new ones, they are absolutely amazingly huge. But thank you. This was all from me.
Thank you, Mika. Very interesting. So next up, Anne, please. Now we have had the economist and the engineer's perspective, and now the planning perspective.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. So, as presented, I come from a regional council, and if we make it shortly, so regional council, every municipality in Finland belongs to a regional council. So we have 18 or 19 regional councils in Finland, and altogether 8 regional councils on our coastline. The main purpose or the main work for regional councils is promoting their area and their economics, and also planning, regional planning. So every regional council is planning their areas. The new thing is, according to Maritime Spatial Planning Directive, which is adopted to Finnish law, we are now preparing Maritime Spatial Plan. The first Maritime Spatial Plan was accepted by regional councils at the end of 2020. So it's pretty new just now. And the Maritime Spatial Plan in Finland, it is at a very general level. It covers very many sectors which are working there on the sea. For example, fisheries, aquaculture, tourism, wind energy sector. Also, we are discussing about environmental values, marine traffics, and so on and so on. And we will not forget defense questions and so on. So very many sectors are discussed on the Maritime Spatial Plan. In every situation, I like to mention that we see the Maritime Spatial Plan, as a discussion platform
for all these marine sectors. So, we are now talking about the energy and wind energy, offshore wind energy. That is one important sector at our plans. In Maritime Spatial Plan, we have identified potential areas for wind energy. In Finland, the Maritime Spatial Plan is not binding. The regional plans, which are on territorial waters, they are binding. And from those plans, we go further into the more details in the municipality plans. Then, what is the planning? We like to say that the more information we get, the better plans we have. So the planning process, it's really much discussing with all sectors, with all the stakeholders. The processes are long, but the time is needed for the studies. And when we talk about the sea, very much is going on beneath the sea or under the sea level. So we have to take care of all the environmental values, and as I mentioned, all the different sectors. They are working on the same area, so all these sectors has to be discussed with, or the collaboration has to be done with them. I think we are going to discuss, or we already mentioned some very important planning aspects here. So the length of the processes, they should be smooth, but at the same time they should be thorough. All the parties should be taking with the process, and so on and so on. And as mentioned, the technical development has been huge. It's very every year the turbines become bigger and bigger. And as I mentioned, the Maritime Spatial Plan was accepted 1.5 years ago. We were living in very different world at that time. We didn't discuss that much about renewable energy 1.5 years ago. The world is totally different. So everything is going very fast. So how can we cope that in planning process? That is the challenge.
Thank you, Anne. I'm sure those are important, and we will discuss those in greater detail still. Next up, Anna, please.
Good morning. Dear participants, fellow panelists, and organizers of the Eurooppa-forum 2022. We who are gathered here all share a mutual strive in understanding the support and resistance, the drivers and the barriers that offshore wind has at regional, national, and EU levels, as well as those we find with actors from local communities and business sectors. So I'd like to begin by sharing a story of my good friend Lovisa. Lovisa teaches violin to children and teens in the middle of our neighboring country, Sweden. She struggled many years with temporary positions, only to manage to get occupation for months at a time at best, as most in the cultural occupations do. But a few years ago, she was offered a permanent position in the cultural school in Skellefteå. When I talked to her today, the situation is completely different. She has got more students than she has time for, and the school needs more teachers and larger teaching facilities due to the growing number of eager students in the queue. Why? Because local actors and decision makers together with business developers in Skellefteå put their effort and resources into the green energy transition. And that's how Northvolt's battery factory ended up in the city in mid-Sweden that was struggling with decreasing population. A town that now has the luxury problem of making room for all those engineers, factory workers, and supply chain managers that move there with their families and seek a fulfilling life for all of them. One is enabling your children to learn how to play the violin. And honestly, who could have foreseen that that ripple effect from a collective decision from a multi-level stakeholders in Skellefteå would lead an increase in demand for violin teachers? My name is Anna Häger. I'm the regional manager at Ilmatar Offshore and a European Climate Pact ambassador from the Åland Islands. It's an honor to stand here and share the learnings on the matter that has passed all of our lips in the recent year for more reasons than one. The enabling and deploying of offshore wind in the Baltic Sea region. I speak to you today in behalf of two roles. One, as an actor who seeks to deploy offshore wind in the Baltic Sea region. And secondly, as an islander from the Åland Islands, a small autonomy of 30,000 people whose government has set its mind to being part of the green energy transition with all that it means. So how does Lovisa's story relate to offshore wind? Well, for starters, one of the primary questions actors and advocates for offshore wind is, how many jobs will this create? I can't say how many violin teachers your specific region will need, but when a community such as Skellefteå chooses to act and work and overcome challenges together, all levels of it will thrive and benefit, including the fields that are often marginalized and overlooked, such as classical music and culture. Green, resilient, renewable energy requires this from a community. But this is not the case for all actors around the Baltic Sea. Why are we talking about offshore at the European Forum? Because green energy is creating a diversion between us when we urgently need it to be unifying. We have to overcome a breaking point as mankind because we risk absolutely everything as we've allowed ourselves to become tribes, quarreling about details when we should be focusing on becoming a singular unity and a community that agrees to disagree but finds ways forward that will benefit the majority of us. Tribes can in this instance refer to political parties, offshore companies, fishermen, skeptics, renewable energy advocates, and those who want things to just be as they've always been. The difference between a tribe and a community is simple. A tribe is a closed entity that does not understand its place or the part in the whole of humanity, and may often believe that the whole is the tribe, meaning their own convictions, history, and shared values. All of us who sit here as panelists come from a separate tribe of our own. You also represent separate tribes in your fields. A community sees itself as an integral part of an integrated society, and that welcomes all. To put this in a simple analogy, imagine that tribes are pebbles. When thrown in the water, these will cause ripple effects that go a long way. It will cause them to also collide. And when you put the same pebbles into a bag, you will have one splash that goes, whose ripple effects will go a long way. And that's how our society works in many ways. When acting as separate entities, the ripple effects of our perceived actions collide with others doing the same, similar, or even the opposite, creating a buzz of action but lacking a greater long-term effect. By instead sharing the collective force and weight of what really matters, the effect will be even grander and go further than we could imagine. So what is holding us back? I recently read an excerpt that pinpoints that matter. That we must realize that the energy crisis is not a technological crisis, as pointed out by the panelists. It's a crisis of ideology instead of pragmatism, of egoism instead of the common interest, of political short-termism instead of consistent step-by-step work towards a clear and credible long-term goal, and of ignorance rather than acceptance of basic economic principles and facts. So how can we create this green energy transition bag that holds together a community? There is, as you probably would have guessed, not a singular answer to this very vast question. But I can share with you what we at Ilmatar Offshore chose to do when we set out to be part of the offshore plan, a maritime spatial plan involving offshore wind that the government of Åland presented. For the position of regional manager, Ilmatar chose me. With my background in citizen engagement, community views on sustainable development goals and agendas, and societal renewable energy dialogue. And the first thing I did was to hire a communications specialist that also was in charge of citizen and stakeholder engagement. This is an odd move coming from the energy sector. It used to be perceived as such. But the fact remains that we are alone as an actor cannot solve the energy crisis just by aiming and planning offshore wind, as also discussed earlier by the panelists. Now, we need to include all levels of society, invite them to be a part, not just to take part. We want to be transparent in dealing with the struggles, barriers, possibilities, and opportunities. And we, as an actor in the energy sector, need to be understanding, respectful, and patient, to not lose the idea of that we need to lose the idea of that we know best and that we are a bit of besserwissers. Ilmatar is a renewable energy company and an independent power producer. And as such, of course, we seek to create good business. But at the core of the company, there is also a strive to include and empower a community in the same way that happened in Skellefteå. And to do that, we will need more than like-minded tribes that think, act, and reason and argue like us. We seek public-private partnerships to be part of and help create and sustain a community, because that is even greater business. So if there is one thing that I'd like you to take from you these days ahead, is that you, and in your role, you should strive to be part of a community and less of a tribe. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Very engaging indeed, and you nicely pointed out what may very well be at the core of us learning to exploit the wind energy offshore. I'm also, by the way, getting a post on the information wall here, so I will every now and then perhaps pick up something that I find here. One of the things was, you mentioned the ripple effects, and here was one that mentions and highlights the fact that actually in Finland we have sub-suppliers that may, or suppliers that may very well be in the position to actually become major suppliers of these wind parks, which, well, I don't know if it's a ripple effect, it's maybe actually quite a direct effect. But anyway, I think nicely picking up on the topic here today. I'd like to start with a question maybe to all of you, but especially, Kari, to you. You mentioned very interesting thoughts about what we need to think about when we go into this, and you mentioned 4 rather interesting things. In your opinion, if you were, and by the way, Kari had a very nice article in Helsingin Sanomat this summer where you sort of urge us to take action in this matter. But what would be your, how should I say, advice to the government that what are the most pressing problems that we need to decide upon now at this stage on let's say, a national level in order for this process to go well?
I guess it's the question of the whole energy system, how to make it that there's a sustainable flow of energy in any conditions, and to make sure that the different ways to produce energy they go together well, and when there's no wind, there's something else, some other way to produce energy that fills the demand. So I guess that's the main thing, and Mika mentioned that the current plans for offshore energy, it's huge plans, and there is under some states of planning, was it 60% increase in so offshore would produce in the total 60% of the all demand, and that is a lot, and of course the government and the society should pay attention to make them to support different types of ways to produce energy. And so that is maybe the one consideration, and we will be facing the problems next winter. We all, I mean, there's limited opportunities to import energy, and energy prices is going up, and we will really face that.
Thank you. I'm sure. I mean, having this, holistic view on the energy system is quite important. Maybe, Mika, I would like to pass actually this question to you, but because, what is the issue here if we suddenly start to introduce a lot of wind power in our energy system from the technical point of view? Is that just like that, or?
Okay, thanks. Good. First of all, like with all renewables, they are variable. So you know that it's not windy all the time. We have nighttime, cloudy time. So with all, let's say that wind, the total wind power would be 70% of power consumption. What happens then? No wind, no sun. So we need to solve this, and it's a matter of energy storage. Very much, that's one thing. In these Arctic conditions that we have, especially in the northern areas, sea ice is a big issue. It can be meters long, especially this Ahtojää situation. It's really huge forces that are acting on the foundations. There's a lot of, I think we can do it, but it's not cheap at the moment. And also de-icing of the plates, rotating plates, if there is like subcooled water hitting on the plates, how to get rid of that. There's a solution. We are using heating, but that consumes part of the produced power, like we have production losses. Actually, I recently heard this issue that the vessels at the Baltic Sea are too small to install, and too few to install these big installations. And the harbors are too small, and everything is too small because they are growing. They don't fit into the harbors even. And finally, I don't know if it's a challenge, but I think someone mentioned already the electrical connection with the grid, submarine cables, how to understand and build those, and who is paying them. We have very nice grid company, Fingrid in Finland, that has been super active in installing these. So, and of course there are already negotiations with them on building how to deal with this issue. But maybe these four things. So it's not like this as you said, but we can do it definitely.
Thank you. My question is to Anna Hager. Taking from your speech, I would like to ask, how can we accommodate the interest of investors, local communities, and the environment in the context of offshore wind energy?
It's a large question and many perspectives to be taken in. When it comes to investors, as we've established that the future is electrified with all that it means. So, of course, there is big business in enabling offshore wind. So, investments made in the green energy sector, I'd say I'm not the economic expert in this panel, but I'd say it's a sure bet. And given the interest that we get at Ilmatar, this is definitely the case. But when it comes to creating and sparking the interest and collaboration with the community, that is a whole other aspect, because what you need to ask yourself is, what is it in it for them to do this? So you always need to step out of your own comfort shoes and step out of your own tribe, as I refer to it, and look at the perspective of what can these people that represent their actions, how will they benefit? Because sometimes it's quite hard, as in the case with Lovisa, who was just the collateral ripple effect at the very long end, that they had a lot of people moving in because the factory needs a lot of workers. You always need to look at the stakeholders and how they are engaged and what is the socioeconomic effect that comes out of it. And creating a socio-economic meshwork and establishing factors such as GDP and other effects long-term is essential. But even more essential is the ability to communicate and show examples of what does this mean to you, and creating also a communication that is based on a terminology that is not academic, not expert, but a base level concept that enables people to be able to talk about it at their own tables at home, and also interpret what is being said in the media. And this is something that many experts struggle with. How can I talk in a way that is not at an expert level? So everyone benefits from communicating out of their comfort zone.
Okay, thank you. You emphasize a lot this local citizen engagement and the local benefits that offshore wind power can create. Could you tell us, you mentioned on your talk about the jobs, but what else, how can Finland, Åland, and local municipalities benefit from offshore wind development? Can you comment a little bit more on that?
Yes, of course. Well, first things first, it creates a whole new economic leg to stand on. Just that factor, with all of the primary, secondary, and tertiary ripples that comes from that. So it's very difficult to pinpoint and for me to just bullet out exactly how it's going to be. But I'm certain that those who are into municipal planning here, such as Anne, can most definitely talk more about it. But the fact remains that as an actor for offshore wind, we need to be inclusive in how we connect with these stakeholders and be open to, is there anything more that we can do? Are we looking at the same effects, the trickle-down effects, but also how can we engage local businesses and make them thrive? At Ilmatar, in Åland, we're looking at what can the local actors today do for Åland. Is there a large enough harbor? Is the vessels sufficient? And the answer is no, but does that mean that, okay, let's just scrap that idea of involving them, but enabling them, like, how can you prepare for the future? And that also means looking into, do we have the existing personnel available, or do we need to fly them in? So this is also taking that into perspective. These are years ahead when we actually need all of these things, but you need to take them into perspective and put it in a very early time frame. That, do we have educated, knowledgeable people that can actually work with the parks? And the answer is no. We need to involve the educational system, but also involve accommodation and hospitality. Like, everything in the sector needs to be moved to the early phase. And reasoning like that is not really something that I've come across quite often discussing with peers in offshore wind. So for one of those, we engaged with the Applied University of Science in Åland and enabled them to start comparing syllabuses with universities in Scotland and England to see if it's a possibility to actually create an education, a master's education, and also a build-on education on Åland, where people and students can go and get an offshore degree with the fact that Åland is very experienced in icing conditions, and that would be a world first. So we're very proud to be part in making that happen. So adhering to what you just said, so
thank you. I also have a question to Anne Nummela. So we have discussed here some of the considerations and concerns about the offshore wind development, and you have mentioned also how when the MSP plans in Finland were developed or accepted a year and a half ago, we were living in a different world. So what new issues does introducing this offshore wind energy give rise to, and what kind of steering mechanisms do we have for that?
We are now with this new plan we are at the stage of monitoring and evaluating, and we are getting all the time new information what we have to do at the next round. So this development of wind energy or offshore wind energy, it's a huge. I'm sure we have to take it at the next round. We have to take it very seriously and look at all the figures and numbers and areas and so on very carefully. I think we are all the time moving a little bit more offshore. Now we are quite much onshore still. And what does that mean? We're talking about the local communities. Now the wind power areas, they are on their backyard still. But at the future, they might go further, but they are becoming bigger. And we were discussing about, you mentioned the power grid. That is very, very important question, where we can get the power to our grid, and that how we can link the local communities to this whole system. That is, I think, already now when we talk about the wind energy on the land, that question is very crucial there, because we have so many wind power areas there, and I think just now the local communities, they don't see what they benefit from that. They see the wind power, and they don't have the concrete or real benefits. They have to be taken into the development. They have to see if they get more jobs, if they can get more business, more livelihood on the area. That is really crucial, and we have to tackle that when we talk about the offshore wind. And well, I think we have to. This event is also a good place. We discuss about this, and I would like to see more discussion about this renewable energy. What does it mean? It's not just the targets, it's not just the figures on the papers. It means that the power plants, they are there, and the people, they have to live with that. So this whole system, it's a huge. I don't know if I answered your question, but
Thank you.
More questions?
Yes. Still on this topic, we probably have a mixed audience here, but can you comment about, for example, who oversees the process of licensing of offshore wind? Is it at local level, regional, national?
It depends where the wind power plant, the offshore wind power area is located. If it's on the territorial sea, then it's the municipalities who are making the plan, general plan, and according to that plan, the building permits can be given. So it's a municipality. They have the key role. But then when we go to the economic zone, to the more further, then we have the different system. Then it's I think there might be some expert on this, but then it's the state of Finland, our government. We still have the environmental impact assessment process, what we have to do, and maybe some other permits, water permits, for example. But then the municipalities, and not even the regional councils, they are not a part of that licensing process. Okay. And I think that is something we should maybe discuss, if there is something the municipalities, if they should have some role. Because the grid is coming to the municipalities on their land.
I've seen that the European Union has the goal of enabling that the permitting process should go from, I think it's expected, what did they say, 6 to 9 years, depending on where you're at, to 1 year. And how is that feasible from their side, given the fact that Anne and me work with these permitting processes? I see to that they are handed in, and Anne sees to that they are being, well, dealt with. We operate both on Åland. We are interested, Ilmatar Offshore is interested in the maritime spatial plan that the government of Åland has put out, but also the EEZ areas and the territorial waters. We aim to operate in the entire Bothnia Bay, if possible, given the icing conditions. But I think definitely, it's, as said, it's not a technological issue. It's more that the largest barrier and bottleneck is the surveying process and that of the permitting process. So from that perspective, Åland is in a very unique position because we have our own government and our own permitting process with that. But we also need to factor in that we are a demilitarized zone, but we do need the permission to survey the bottom from the defense forces. So then also factoring in that we are located between SE3, in Nordpol area, that we are between two energy zones, the SE3, Stockholm area, and then also Finland, who has one zone. So we have a lot of experience when it comes to how to deal with getting cables to the island or on and off. And also, this is why electricity on Åland is quite expensive, because one factor of living on an island is that the grid connections cost thereafter. So from an Åland perspective, we know what we're up against when talking about deploying offshore wind. This is not novel to us. We've seen this before. The fact is that we now aim to put something out in the waters to actually start generating energy that can be exported. And maybe possibly a T connection to Åland as well. But let's see what that happens. Cables are expensive. But when it comes to the permitting process, there is no master plan provided by any actor, and this is something that can be really discussed on a political level, and maybe also take inspiration from the Danes, that they've moved the political debacle away from wind operations, that this is not something that is discussed in Parliament. This is something that everyone has agreed that this is a great idea. Let's have the expert and the public officers discuss this and work without the political mandate hovering over them, that who is going to be the governing political party next year, or next mandate. So we need to factor in that infrastructure, especially energy, is not really something that should be grasped as a political bat to be wielded during election times. And next year, Åland goes to election for our government. And I can assume the same can be said for Finland as well. This is a hot topic, but infrastructure is an enabler for our economy. There is no way to describe it in any other aspect. And given the fact that it's also now a geopolitical factor, also questions that is energy also something that should be included when it comes to our safety as a sovereign state.
Very interesting indeed. I'd like to turn to a point, Kari, you mentioned about the externalities, and that's something we also need to cope with. And Mika, I know you are an enthusiastic bird watcher or observer, and there might be various environmental impacts. Maybe basically a question to all of you, but what are the possible environmental impacts here, and how should we actually cope with them?
Yeah, if I start then.
Okay, you first.
Yeah, so there are several groups of animals that are suffering from noise and from like installments and new installments in water. And the first one is the mammals, and in particular the seas, which are sensitive to noise. And then there are birds, are like natural group of animals suffering from wind turbines, and that should be taken into account, or is taken into account in planning, so that the turbines are located in places which do not harm, which are not in places where birds usually go and move. But then there are like a number of other groups of species, like insects is one. Some of the offshore and onshore turbines, they attract insects, and this is something that we maybe do not consider so much, but it's like the number of insects has been decreasing, and this species diversity is getting more and more important, and this is also one consideration to be taken into account. So these are the groups, and you know the birds.
Okay, yeah. Do they attract mosquitoes? There.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Could you please, I had the last slide I sent, maybe that could be on the background while I talk. So, yes, so I fully agree that we need to take these issues into careful consideration already in the planning phase, and that's like the UVA environmental impact analysis. That's what it is. And to do is we need multidisciplinary teams in the development. And it has been nice to notice that the big Finn companies like OX2 and Ilmatar, they have hired already like biologists in their teams that know this. Very nice. About birds, of course, in the map here on the right, there is this map that has green and red. The red is the sea, that's the wind potential. And then there's map of different birds migrating. And we need a lot of research to understand what are the migration routes. And for me, it was a surprise that this lower, the kuavi, it really goes through the whole area. On the other hand, the gooses, they have this Arctica, that they go like almost in line through certain. So we need to understand this. And there are bird radars. For example, in Tahkoluoto, the first offshore park, they have this bird radar that if there's a lot of birds flying, like on the left-hand side, you see a big herd of gooses on the air. They stop the turbines while the birds are there. And these kind of things are there. We have the technology, very nice things. You mentioned the mammals and fishes under the water, and we have the cables there. They might affect the migration routes of some mammals like whales and seals. That's if not, there are not really. I'm not actually sure if there are. There might be one little whale at Baltic. What's not don't remember the name, but in English. But anyway, those of course we need to avoid protected areas. That's clear. And then an interesting example is. If, for example, if we have a floating turbine that has the cables attached, and then there's the power cable, they are very good homes for mussels, for example. They're original no mussels, and then they live there. In a way, lots of new species there, and then they have this when they poo. Everybody knows that, but have debris that has as fertilizer. They have nitrogen from the air or the water, and there's debris. So there's like fertilizing that area, and then this is this like rehevöityminen. What's the term in?
Eutrophication.
Yes. So that's the kind of issue. We might change the habitat completely by these. And of course, everybody knows climate change crisis, but there's also biodiversity loss crisis. So during this process, so is it a trade-off? So at all times we should aim to have no net loss of biodiversity, but unfortunately we might need to do some compromises there to minimize the environmental impact. But yes, so it's not without issues, but we need to understand and have good people working on these topics that we minimize the harm that what we make in the transition. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I can continue from this. We were talking about birds and mammals, and also during this maritime spatial planning process, we used the data the Finnish Environmental Institute had collected, so-called Velmu data, underwater data, and that is quite unique what we have here in Finland. And the latest municipality plan what the municipality is doing here or there in front of Pori area, Tahkoluoto, they now decided that the turbine should not be built on the areas which are under 15 meters because of the nature values. So every place over, which is more depth than 15 meters, they saw that there is not that much important algae and so on and so on. So we need those studies. Every time we make a new plan and a new power area, we get more knowledge about also from the underwater conditions. And that is a rising discussion. You were talking about the mussels and how they can come to those turbines and what are they called? The underwater foundations. So there's quite much discussion coming about compensation. If algae or mussels, if they can, let's say, filter the water, get the nutrients, if that can be seen as a compensation. But that is something, it's not there yet, but it's coming.
I can fill in from a biologist point of view. My undergraduate is biology also, so I have that up my sleeve to reason as a biologist. It's become very useful, I've noticed the recent years. But looking at, we do reside in an era where we are heading towards our next big extinction. So when we're looking at the loss of birds and insects and disturbance of mammals and crustaceans subsea, of course, this is a factor that needs to be taken into place. But then again, what is the opposite? What is, if we don't do anything? We will still have a climate that is heating, a eutrophic sea that is dying from oxygenation, lack of oxygenation. So I see it that we need to do something because it's not looking like we're going to use less energy anytime soon, quite the opposite. And if we begin with the insects, I don't know actually how many insects you can find more than 40 kilometers out from the nearest plant or pollination area, 350 meters up. But my guesses are they are quite few. When it comes to bird migrations, yes, of course, this needs to be taken into perspective with migrational birds and such. There are excellent studies made by the Environmental and Institute from Sweden and from Finland, and the collaboration thus is very crucial. And when it comes to the MSP for Åland, this was all taken into account as well. But of course, we need to do a sufficient EIA also when we start constructing. And also the fact that these platforms, these turbines could become a new source of eutrophic due to the excretions from birds sitting on them. Åland consists of 6,700 islands and islets. We have our fair share of birds pooping on rock already. So we do know what it looks like, and that is why also you need to look at the potential off-takers and blue-green industries within these parks. At Ilmatar, we are looking at the possibility of constructing algae farms within the parks to create a new source of polymers that could be used and hopefully also replace many polymers that exist due to fossil fuels. So that is something that we can factor in as well. Another factor is that the Baltic Sea is eutrophic, and algae is excellent in creating a new biomass from its environment. So if we can catch two birds with one stone, creating new polymers and also simultaneously oxygenate the Baltic Sea, well, three birds in one stone, and extract nutrients from the Baltic Sea, why not? If we're out there operating, make the most out of these areas, because it will be needed in the future with polymers. And one thing that has not been brought up is the concern of microplastics, which is often an aspect that is brought up by those who oppose or are skeptic or maybe even frightened about, well, offshore wind. Offshore wind and wind power in general, wind turbines, the wear and tear of the turbine, of course, this is a factor, but it's not and will never be the major source of microplastics. The major source of microplastics is when you sample microplastics found anywhere in the world. It's from clothes, and it's from tires, and it's from the garbage that doesn't end up in the recycling centers. So if microplastic is truly a concern for those who oppose, they should start by inventorying their own closet.
Quite right, and I, in general, I take it that you are quite optimistic about our ability to handle those few environmental concerns that there might be. But I would like to actually hand one question to Kari and Anna, as you said, that yeah, there might be some challenges with this, but what are actually our options? And I know, Kari, that you have been researching this issue, that if we, for some reason wouldn't, what options do we have?
Yeah, thanks. So at the moment we are processing 85% of our energy using renewable or sources that do little harm for the environmental or people. And I include nuclear power in this class. And if we have a cap of 15% to fill in, which are at the moment produced by using fossil fuels. And so the ongoing plans are for onshore and wind only would easily fill in this gap. And and one question is that whether we need offshore wind. It's not it has its own faults also, but it has a lot of benefits, and as you summed up, those negative externalities could be somehow solved and taken into account. So I see offshore wind as a very good opportunity in a mixture of future sustainable energy system.
Another thing, Kari, that was quite interesting in your introduction was this cooperation between Finland and Sweden, for example.
Yeah.
So that's one thing, but also in that context, so how does the EU play in this? I mean, if we're talking about an international arena here, how much freedom or what's the role of EU in this whole issue and so on? But you can also continue on the Finland-Sweden if you want to elaborate on that idea.
Yeah. Also, my colleagues and fellow panelists may have a comment on that. But the EU has a very ambitious plans, as you said at the beginning, as an introduction for offshore wind. But it has also faced a lot of criticism internationally that maybe the plans are a little bit over ambitious and taking the scale that is in a vision that would cause a major environmental impacts, also negative impacts. So this is something that is under elaboration now, and of course the EU has a longer-term vision, and it scales down to the nations and so forth. But there's a pressure, international pressure for clean energy, and offshore wind is one of those.
Okay. I think, is there anyone, well, maybe a question to Anna about this Finland-Sweden, that there could be some upside here that we as, neighboring countries. What is Ilmatar doing, for example, or what is, in the case of Åland, you have good connections to Sweden anyway, so is there something to be done, and what is done already in terms of establishing collaboration between our two countries?
There is indeed a lot of discussions going on, but first things first, we need to know what the seabed looks like, and we are waiting for the government of Åland to grant us the surveying permit, and also from the defense forces of Finland. So once we know that, we can start establishing what possibilities do we have, what type of park, what type of foundations, what are the types of connections. But I would also like to point out the possibilities mentioned earlier about the off-takers from energy when in the creation of power-to-X solutions, not just hydrogen, but also ammonia for the maritime sector. That is really something that we should look into even more, given that, well, in Åland's case, I'm guessing the majority of you has at one point visited Åland, but maybe not gotten off the ferry. So we have indeed a big, one of our biggest economic legs to stand on is the maritime sector. And this is something we also share with Sweden, the traffic in between. When you live on an island, you are very dependent on having good relations with the neighboring countries, in this case Sweden, and also keeping up the contact with Finland. Even if we don't share the first language, all of us, it's still something that we need to adhere to. But looking at Sweden, Sweden has a lot of interesting studies being done on offshore wind, and with these studies it opens up the possibility for collaborations, and I definitely see Åland as a great part in all of this, where you find the best of the best in Finland and the state-of-the-art technology collaborations between both Finland and Sweden, and we share the Bothnia Bay together, and Åland is located between this. And as an actor that comes from, well, both sides in one way, we share the language of Sweden, but we share the culture of Finland, and also that we belong to Finland. I see this as an excellent collaboration as member countries of the EU as well. We have a lot to gain from collaborating with each other, and I'm more than happy to be a facilitator in this part. So without mentioning any specific projects and what we have in the periscope, the future looks very bright when it comes to how we can collaborate in the Baltic Sea.
Good, sounds promising. Okay, we are heading towards an end. I think we can afford one question from the audience if there seems to be one.
Puheenjohtaja, suomeksi esitän tekninen.
My question in Finnish. Well, offshore wind parks are, of course, very expensive investments. They are for renewable energies, and 60 kilometers from here we work in machinery, and we produce for offshore wind parks their machinery and turbines. So the turbines are massive, 15 meters in diameter. We need welders and welding techniques. So this is a massive opportunity for Finland and Nordic countries. So do you see this as a massive economic opportunity, wind offshore parks?
This is very much the case. Every sector is linked together. It's not just the energy production somewhere there offshore, but all these sectors are linked. It's a question of jobs or resources for education, and all these come together. So we need, I mentioned the discussion platform. We may not lose those connections. We have to continue with the discussion and get all essential parties or essential sectors with the journey.
Maybe if I can comment. We used to have a Finnish wind turbine manufacturer, Wind, earlier, and I have discussed with a couple of people and heard a hope that maybe someday we would have again a Finnish manufacturer. So with this way, I think we have lots of know-how in Finland on Arctic conditions and so on. So to this question, if we would have a Finnish industry to make those, maybe that could be something, collaborating with marine ship industry, for example. Just an idea.
Just a short comment. This is something which we were talking about the local communities and how we gain more acceptance. This is the core question. If we see what is our potential, how we can benefit from that, that is a good suggestion.
Kari, please.
Yeah, just to follow up, it is opportunities for labor, opportunities for new business. These are also, of course, good things for the local community, but also there's a tax money coming for the municipality. But still we have to remember that they are not benefiting all of the people living nearby, and these are the people we should somehow bring in and to make benefiters as well.
Thank you. Okay, I think we have hopefully done a bit more than scratch on the surface. I think we touched upon many issues, and one important message is that we need to keep up the discussion, engage, become a community, not being a tribe. Thank you, and please give a big hand to the panelists.
Thank you.
No niin, hyvät naiset ja herrat, tervetuloa kuuntelemaan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to listen to our symposium dealing with the pharmaceutical research and development as well as drug manufacturing in Finland and in Europe in general, but in particular in the time of crisis and should the EU take care of us. My name is Reijo Salonen. I am the moderator of this symposium, or the chair. I was educated at the University of Turku. I'm a neurologist, and after my short academic education, I have spent a good 25 years in industry in research and management jobs. I was in Pfizer and other pharmaceutical companies in the US, and then in Orion for the last decade as a product development director. However, here I am in the role of a visiting professor of InFlames, which is a flagship of the academy, a flagship project run by the University of Turku, Åbo Academy, the central hospital district of Turku, and local companies. InFlames is based on the high international competence that we have in the area of immunology here, and it got the flagship status and funding from the Finnish Academy for that merit, and it strives to look at the mechanisms through scientific research, and through these mechanisms find new drug development and diagnostic targets. So for InFlames, it is also an important forum. At least Turku has plenty of tradition when the majority of medicine developed in Finland come from this Turku region. We have a panel of experts present here. If I start from next to me, we have Liisa Hurme here. Although she's much younger than myself, She has experience of the pharmaceutical industry from Germany, France, and Sweden, and now from Orion for a long time. She's been running the two biggest business units there and is now running the operative activities and has been appointed the CEO of Orion from the 1st of December this year. So welcome to this panel. Thank you. We have Ms. Sirpa Pietikäinen, who is familiar from TV, if not from elsewhere. She's been a member of the European Parliament for a long time and is interested, among other things, in medicine security in Finland as well as on the European level, and I think in her own job in the European Parliament tries to promote that. Welcome, Sirpa Pietikäinen. Thank you. It's nice to be here. Then from Åbo Academy, Professor of Biochemistry, Tiina Salminen. She is a biologist from her background and has studied proteins that are the target of medicine that are used today and will be used in future. And of course, that is an important part of drug development and therefore also involves a lot of industrial collaboration. Welcome, Tiina Salminen. And finally, we have the Professor of Virology, Ilkka Julkunen. He's had a long career in the National Institute of Health and Welfare and is now the Professor of Virology at the University of Turku. He's interested in the virus immunology and the immune response, and from there naturally also the vaccinations. And Ilkka has been a lot in publicity during the COVID pandemic as an expert, and due to this background he's also involved in this collaboration. And now we are supposed to start dealing with our actual topic. Do we need the medicine development in Finland? Research related to that. If we start with the pharmaceutical research, of course we would need to have the capability to do so. And the next question is if it's needed. And I would like to start with our university people. What do you think about that? Tiina or Ilkka, go ahead. Well, I can say I do think that it is needed. Otherwise, we will not be able to develop medicine in future, and the development work is very it takes a long time. It takes decades of work before the results can be perceived. So it is very long work and important. It creates a basis of the development of any commercial product. I fully agree. I think Finland should invest in pharmaceutical research and issues related to that. But I think we also should focus on more issues than just the medicine. Vaccinations are also included in that, and also various antibodies that are used to treat cancer, for example. They are also medicine and should be handled in the same way. And the biotechnical competence to do with those medicine and vaccinations and that type of development work is extremely important. I would say that we have very good opportunities for that in Finland. We have good training programs in many universities, in Turku, in Åbo Academy, in the University of Helsinki, and in the University of Tampere, Kuopio, and I think in the University of Joensuu as well. I'm not so sure about the University of Oulu, but anyway, we have extensive competence in this area, and it requires biochemistry, chemistry, immunology, pharmacology, and so on. So we have very good conditions for systematic development of this area. Pharmaceutical development is purely based on information, and in an information society such as ours, I believe that we do have all the conditions. But is it needed? Let's ask Liisa and Sirpa. Is it needed here in Finland? Go ahead, Sirpa. I can speak on behalf of a pharmaceutical development company. Okay. I already heard very good arguments for definitely needing that type of industry. And I'm looking at this from the European perspective. We cannot be dependent only on the pharmaceutical development taking place in Asia and in the United States. That is very risky, as we all can understand. And secondly, we cannot be the mass production countries of the cheap pharmaceutical products. And if we do want to be producers of high quality pharmaceutical products and these biomarkers and this whole area that is the basis for this development, it has to take place in Europe. We has to also have legislation to support that. And we need to have it in Finland for 3 reasons. First of all, we have the resources and the competence, and the European development cannot only be in one country. We have to see a bit different profiles depending on the competence. Secondly, it safeguards the national availability. And thirdly, I am fully convinced when I'm looking at the level of competence in various parts of Europe, we have a great potential for that. So we here have the potential, the so-called Nokia solutions. If we look at our forest sector as well, if we look at this industry and invest in the long term to 20, 30 years, I'm sure it will lead to the next steps. Liisa. I will continue from what Sirpa mentioned. You mentioned the US and Asia. It is good to remember that the pharmaceutical market is extremely alluring when we talk about trillions of US dollars globally. It is divided so that the value of the market is in the United States. Europe is about 20% and Finland less than 1% of the value of the whole market. And when we talk about pharmaceutical development, we can never develop a particular medicine without developing it for the US market, but you can easily develop it without developing it for the European market. So unfortunately, Europe is very fragmented. We have 27 different language areas and then the pricing mechanisms. So it's not very tempting and appealing for marketization and developing. So there is a lot of room for development, as a tip for my colleague next to me. So in order for the European pharmaceutical development to succeed, the Finnish pharmaceutical market to succeed, the market must be made appealing, both on the side of the innovative medicine as well as in the cheap generic drugs, because these are the ones that take care of the common diseases, and their development is now focused in Asia. But we do need that development work in Finland and in Europe, and it is important to have the connection between the academy and society. And as Tiina said, the basic research is the foundation for the actual development of individual drugs. Well, the crisis thinking was actually mentioned here already, but when we think about all of these tasks, research, development, and pharmaceutical manufacturing in times of crisis, is that needed in Finland? We do have medicine storage, which is quite exceptional in the Western countries. It will help us out in a time of crisis for some time, and then Europe will help us out if that storage is not sufficient. I can start with this. We lived through that crisis for a couple of years now on a daily basis, and Orion in Finland is the only pharmaceutical company manufacturing inhalators, medicine, creams, all sorts of things. And we do have a security storage system in Finland that will suffice for months, maybe 6 months maximum. In times of real crisis, it won't help us very far. It's just make sure that the most acute cases can be dealt with for a short time. But can we rely on Europe helping us? Unfortunately, with regard to medicine, as soon as the pandemic started, we saw borders being closed. We couldn't have a medicine being transferred from one country to another. It took a lot of effort to have these batches transferred, and some countries actually banned the export of specific drugs outside their borders. So very quickly, under pressure, these countries wanted to take care of their own countries, and of course India also banned the export of specific pharmaceutical substances. So we need to make sure that Finland has a functioning industrial manufacturing of pharmaceutical. That is the only way to guarantee that we will have medicine in Finland, and for keeping that industry, the market must be made appealing to all sorts of players to attract them to come to Finland to manufacture pharmaceutical products. Lisa really nailed it in many aspects, and I will start from the other end. I understand the budget pressures nationally that make the compensation system as it is, and I've been a rapporteur twice on the EU level of these things. It's very difficult to agree on these mechanisms where each country tries to defend their own interests, and this is the biggest issue in the long-term strategy that is now being prepared. If we want to have bigger storages, if we want to have a wider spectrum on the manufacturing, we need to have a fair distribution of costs and sufficient incentives. And on the EU level, then we need to agree on the level of compensation. And then competitions are another thing. We need to connect that with the medicine storages and the flexibility of pharmaceutical companies to produce other types of products. And another question is, when we aim at this strategic autonomy that the COVID crisis has been developing a great deal, it can't take place as you described, that in the last moment each country just closes down and makes sure and confiscates the neighboring countries' masks, where Finland actually denied sending them over to Italy and all these other things. We need to have a clear system. All the big member countries, even France and so on, are too small to pull off this big effort. And we need to solve this security question on the European level. Also the storages, but it's wider than that. There is a time limit in the capacity. We need to have a plan B to diversify the production. However, we can't manufacture all the medicine in Finland alone. So we need to have a distribution of work within Europe, who does what and how it will be upgraded in case we can't get anything out of China or India for 2 years, say. So whether it is 1 month or 6 months storage that we have in place, it's irrelevant. And I think this is the biggest problem that we're trying to solve here, and try and find European common acquisition mechanisms so that we could guarantee a specific procurement level. And there are many issues of this nature there. As the third point, I'm talking about trust here, and also the citizens, the great public, the patient organizations. This national attitude for just holding on to your own is quite peculiar, and it's very difficult to spread this thing out on the European level. If we want people to get their cancer medicine, and that this system also works under crises, we need to make sure that this system works. The people in other countries need to be looked after as well.
Hankintalain ja tarjouskilpailut, niin se on aika hätkähdyttävää, että tänä päivänä noin 15% sairaalatarjouksista jää tarjoamatta. Euroopassa, koska tarjousehdot on niin tiukat, että jopa nämä aasialaiset firmat on vetäytynyt sieltä, koska siellä on niin kovat penaltit, että jos toimitus sitten katkeaa jostain syystä, mikä nykyään itse asiassa ikävä kyllä näiden raaka-aineiden saatavuuden kannalta saattaa tapahtua ihan helpostikin, niin se penalti on niin siis rangaistusmaksut tai korvausvaatimukset syö sen pienen katteen, mikä sieltä olisi ollut tulossa. Puhun nyt geneerisistä sairaalalääkkeistä, joita suurin osa sairaalassa käytettävistä on. Että toivon ja kuulen mielelläni, että mitä hankkeita on käynnissä ja osaa seurataankin hyvin tarkkaan, että saataisiin Eurooppa turvattua.
Joo, mä jatkan tuosta, mitä Sirpa toi esiin, tämä niin kuin eurooppalainen yhteistyö, niin tämä oikeastaan myöskin tutkimuksen näkökulmasta se on aika keskeinen asia. Että jos ajattelee yliopiston tutkijoita ja tutkimusryhmiä, niin nehän on yleensä aika pieniä ja he pystyvät tekemään tietynlaista niin sanottua perustutkimusta. Mä en itse tykkää siitä sanasta, koska se ikään kuin leimaa, mutta joka tapauksessa siis tämmöistä tutkimusta, joka kohdistuu johonkin tautiin tai taudin syntymekanismiin tai joidenkin proteiini- ja molekyylien toimintaan, niin tässäkin tämmöinen yhteistyö on kuitenkin niin kuin hirveän tärkeä, että tutkimustasolla, että meillä olisi hyvä yhteistyö Euroopassa ja meidän korkea biotekninen osaaminen Suomessa niin myöskin mahdollistaa se, että me päästään siitä muutama askel niin kuin eteenpäin, jolloin me nähdään, että onko joku molekyyli tai vasta-aine tai lääkeainetyyppinen sellainen, jonka sitten lääkeyritys voi viedä niin kuin eteenpäin. Me ollaan pieni maa, ei me pystytä kaikkea tekemään. Ja siinä mielessä me pitää fokusoitua joihinkin asioihin.
We need to focus on certain aspects, and if we do those things that we do well and in a competitive manner with high level of expertise, then we are an attractive cooperation partner at the European level or globally. So we can take care of some issues which are not taken care of elsewhere. We could focus on certain elements in Europe, specialize in something, and this would make us more attractive partner worldwide. So it is important to have a good division of labor on a European scale. This comes directly from research, and we should also be able to bring forward innovations and research areas, also from the Finnish point of view. We have small-scale industry here. We have vaccination development projects going on. So our expertise is top level on a global scale. We cannot cover everything in the world, of course. We have to focus on those elements that we are good at. Here, Europe and the European Commission has been very active, if I understand correctly. So there are many European projects bringing together European research communities with the help of investment. I was involved in those projects also. So how to bring this work forward and how to have a continuum from research to pharmaceuticals production. One more topic to our discussion. Let's take this to a higher level still. So we need raw materials to produce pharmaceuticals, and raw materials for medicine molecules, they are results of chemical synthesis, and these particles are mainly produced in China, in the Far East, and everybody's dependent on China. So how to solve this problem of dependency? I'd like to start from early days before the crisis. Well, this is a development of the last 20 years or so. So medicine and their active agents like paracetamol, and we need chemicals and raw materials to produce these medicines, and they are often produced in China, and this has resulted in dependence. European countries and the US try to save in medicine costs, and of course when when patents are freed, this medicine can be produced anywhere, and of course with these prices we cannot produce anything in Europe, and therefore generic medicines are widely produced in China and India. And of course we can always ask why India and China. Well, of course these countries, they have massive medical industries and chemical industries as well, so these are just side streams, these generic medicines that are produced in China and India, and we are highly dependent. 80-90% of raw materials come from China, and approximately 40% of generic medicines to Europe come from India. So high levels of dependency, and it's been like this for years now. And how to react to this now in times of crisis? Well, many pharmaceutical companies such as Orion have tried to manage this crisis. So we've acquired production sites in different places in Asia should a crisis appear. And of course, when something happens, like borders are closed, as happened with Corona, then we are in trouble. Of course, we have some reserve stocks, but they are not unlimited. And then another question is, should we have more medicine production in Europe and chemical production as well? Well, of course, we already have a chemical industry, and it is a very rough industry. It's a polluting industry, chemical industry. It requires a lot of energy, so these might be some reasons why chemical industries have been transferred to India and China. Of course, from the industry point of view, there are long chains in chain of production. So at least a few steps from the final pharmaceutical product, at least a couple of steps before that could be secured in Europe, at least with essential drugs in Europe. We should make sure that these essential drugs can be produced in Europe as well in times of crisis. I don't know if we can succeed in this 100%, but if we can just add a few production steps in Europe, it could be a good idea. Well, Finland is a rare country in Europe. We have production of pharmaceutical raw materials. So we produce raw materials in Finland, which is not the case in many other European countries. So Orion is one of the few companies in Europe that produces active substances for medicine in Europe. So that is, of course, good for the entire Europe. Well, I don't believe that we should be self-sufficient in terms of pharmaceuticals and raw materials and all the chemicals needed in this production. I don't think we should aim at 100% self-sufficiency, but we should have a wider, let's say, platform or network or whatever that exists in other industries. Not only pharmaceuticals, but also research and member countries and European Commission, and benchmarks should be determined together. What are the critical levels? Talking about European reserve stocks, it's under preparation, as we all know. So we cannot have all drugs everywhere. We have to focus on certain essential drugs and what are how to define them. And then the critical point is, what is the critical level that we have to have? 10%, 5% of pharmaceuticals production in Europe, or 20%? And also, I mean, this applies to both active substances and other critical substances, so that we have enough capacity to produce essential drugs in times of crisis. Of course, not to every patient, but at least we reach a certain level that we don't run into serious trouble if something happens. We have to have certain levels of reserve production in Europe as well. And of course, in times of crisis, this production should be easily upscalable. This is also about ethical responsibility. So we are saving ourselves to death in many cases. It is polluting industry to produce pharmaceutical raw materials. Well, it is sad to know that India and China have these production facilities that pollute their waters and soil. And this is to the benefit of Europe. So we cannot outsource all polluting production from Europe. We could take care of this in Europe as well, and even better in terms of environment. So this is a tricky question now. This is something that we try to put in the new joint pharmaceutical strategy in the European Union, while trying to increase security of medicine supply. It is important to focus on polluting industries and not outsourcing polluting industries to China and India. One reason for increasing risk levels is that China is also environmentally active. They have a Blue Sky initiative in place. They've closed dozens of chemical production sites per canton in China. So this means that it's more difficult than before to acquire these raw materials in China. Well, we all know penicillin. We've all had some antibiotics in our lives, and the 6-APA, the product that presides the final pharmaceutical product, is produced in one single company, in one single production site in China. So this is something that we are heavily reliant on China. So it's not always, we shouldn't always think about the price. Penicillin is very cheap in Europe, and this is explained by the fact that we are heavily dependent on a single production site in China. So securing supply of medicine raw materials is key now. Also because China and India are more interested in environmental issues. Tiina. Well, research could play a key role here as well. How to prevent environmental pollution, how to produce pharmaceutical raw materials in such a way that environmental effects are smaller. And this is something that Europe could be active in, to produce know-how how to produce pharmaceutical raw materials in a more environmental friendly way. Of course, division of labor is always a tricky question on a global scale. There are hundreds of pharmaceuticals and medicine substances in the world. Of course, some big countries have the facilities and resources to produce these in masses. And it's not always a good idea to do something to the balance. And of course in Finland we should cooperate and focus on certain areas, let's say biotechnology and biotechnological expertise, producing biotechnological molecules. It's more complex, the mechanisms are more complex, and also these pharmaceuticals or this medicine, their mechanism to effect is more complex than with many standard medicines. So this is something that we should focus on, and this is something that we could export as well. In this way we could create new high-quality jobs in Finland as well, and this would also have positive effects in public health and national economy. So international division of labor is something that we have to take for granted. It's something that exists and it's not easy to change. And what is a price of a certain medicine? Of course, biomedicine is biomedical products are very expensive and the cost of labor is a small part of the final product. In this way, drug development and drug development's contribution to national economy could be important in Finland if we could produce more expensive medicine in Finland. We have good examples from other industries, gaming industry and so on. So biotechnology could be one key export field in Finland as well. Well, can I ask something? Well, I'd like to know, how do you see this? Well, we have genome data and diseases become more complex, but on the other hand, we also have more personalized treatments. Is this something that could be an opportunity for us in Europe and in Finland? Can I answer this? Well, this is absolutely the truth. And thinking about the importance of research and development and its importance in security of medicine supply. Countries where there's a lot of research and development also have many pharmaceuticals production. Of course, they also produce other medicine, especially after the patents do not apply anymore. So personalized medicine is maybe in the future, but stratified medicine is something that is very close to us already. So we could, this is a very profitable production to produce stratified medicines in Finland as well, and we have all the prerequisites for this.
The pharmaceutical manufacturing focuses on smaller units, but there is a strong connection between the industry and research. If we look at where we have the industry, Germany, Belgium, Austria, the US, they also have pharmaceutical development, and of course they go hand in hand because, of course, a medicine is always an industrialized version, and that is the result of long clinical studies before it can be industrially manufactured product, and this actually is combined at an early stage in the development work, so they support each other in that way. Ilkka, or did you want to continue? Well, I was thinking in terms of education in Finland, we have a good situation because our training programs are quite multidisciplined, and students can choose how to form their studies, and often they combine pharmaceutical studies with medicine, and therefore it's easy to get competent, qualified people with a large knowledge base, and they could also have studies of economy in their basic studies. I would like to continue from what Sirpa was commenting on about the personalized medicine or the genome knowledge. It has been very much developed recently, and it can be utilized better. And the areas of utilization are very focused. In a way, we shouldn't screen the whole population. It is to do with specific diseases, the genotypes of specific diseases, or the role of genomes in a particular disease, through which we can acquire more knowledge and information. And with the mechanism of a disease, many diseases are created by various mechanisms, so we can find individually what the case and problem is with that particular individual. So I see that the genome data helps us in preventing the adverse impacts of the disease at a later stage. But I find it hard to see that we would go through large population screenings That way we actually create more diseases that don't actually exist. So many changes in genes do not lead to an illness. So the penetrance of diseases, meaning who will fall ill, differs even among people with the same gene changes. So it doesn't mean automatically that they will fall ill. I meant that these big disease groups will be fragmented into smaller groups. So the Parkinson's disease is not just one disease, and the same applies to Alzheimer's. So there will be even smaller groups that and diseases that will be treated. And that's what I meant, that knowing the genome will help us to know what therapy will actually work against it. And with these types of diseases, I think we need to have several targets and use several drugs to treat these diseases. And we are now developing these types of drugs and doing research on them because these diseases are so varied. Now, we've brought up several problems. If we think about the research and development collaboration going well in Europe and that it is well established now, what are the incentives with which we can get both industry and the countries involved in some sort of medicines supply security so that we would have enough production plants and raw materials here? What would be the incentive to bring this about? I don't think we can just tell people to do that. Well, I would say that this is a challenge for the political decision makers. The incentives for the pharmaceutical industry are such, I'm talking about all companies, not just my own, that the pricing policy, how it is being regulated, has to be predictable and not what we've seen in the recent years. And we need to have an overall picture for in terms of the medicine supply and also in the Procurement Act. The availability can actually be broken without sanctions. And now actually they are creating even more bureaucratic burden for the companies, and that is certainly not an incentive. What would be an incentive would be a well-predicted market. On the contrary, companies are withdrawing from the market. They don't want to pay sanctions if they will actually be faced with lack of raw materials. So the incentives will be created by predictability and the pricing and the cost level matching if we want to really attract production here to Europe. I would like to go back to my idea of a platform or a collaboration network that is a long-term thing, not for a couple of years, but for decades. And it should be an overall package that will offer something for everyone, meaning I'm sure Lisa can speak best for pharmaceutical companies, knowing what is critical for them and what they actually want. But of course, there's the compensation for medicine, the Procurement Act. If we look at the other side, it's the long-term work, predictability, research funding, binding agreements. That was now for the first time done during the COVID pandemic, although Commission was criticized for this and there were some problems there, but overall it was a good project. And overall speaking, what the EU paid for it in advance and supported it, that was positive. But also with regard to how well we got the vaccines, although we were panicking when some deliveries were delayed for a couple of weeks, we actually ultimately got them very quickly in a reliable manner. They came through everywhere. So we could create a model out of that. And then with regard to the more expensive and rarer medicine, I would like to create a mechanism that would be a European procurement fund where the member countries would pay an X amount of euros. And for the pension funds, that would be beneficial to negotiate more affordable price. But why would the pension funds join in them when this is negative result for the individual patient? So couldn't we agree that we have a reasonable price from the start, but we will commit to buying it for a couple of decades? We have patients in Europe, and as member states, we are committed to buying them. And then maybe half of the fund would be compensated or whatever percentage. And that way we would create this security and stock, but we would use these systems everywhere. It would affect the price for a longer term, but we would get some predictability for the pricing, because I do understand that if there's no security for them, the first batches of medicine will not be delivered with the same price as they will in a couple of decades' time. And then, of course, there's the supply security and these incentives. They should be a common binding strategy put on paper, supported, and to some extent, of course, with the European pharmaceutical industry, we've been talking about that, also with patient organizations. We have strong support for it in the European Parliament as well. Ilkka, we have about 30 seconds time. I will try to sum things up in the end. Well, yes, the collaboration should take place on the European level and at least on the national level, so that the expensive medicine would be acquired jointly. For example, for hepatitis C treatment, we had a national program. The medicine costs dropped significantly per patient. So that will also guarantee the fact that good medicine are being used. Thank you very much. I think we all agree that pharmaceutical development and production are suitable for this high-level research work, and it has its impact on the security of supply, because it brings production to these specific countries, and this is, of course, also needed in Finland. On the European level, research and development are going well. We are still quite dependent on China, mostly, but also on India with regard to raw pharmaceutical materials as well as drug substances themselves. We need to create better European mechanisms to reduce that dependence. But we do have security supply, which seems like a good idea in these times, and we do have our own industry. That's true. I would like to thank you, panelists, as well as the audience, for your interest. I think this is a good time for us to finish when we are 1 minute behind the schedule.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EU-maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No, mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavina askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No, mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen, ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen, ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä, ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen, ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen, ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilisista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä, ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EU on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No, mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen, ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen, ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjän öljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this panel discussion in the Europe Forum with the title Surrounded by Borders, Europe Without Borders. This is actually containing a kind of a paradox, as we all know. The refugee crisis, Brexit, the COVID-19 pandemic, and as the last point, the sad war in Ukraine have very deeply challenged our ideas of Europe, our ideas of the European open borders, most of all. Borders and the open borders have been one of the essential pillars of European collaboration, at least since the Convention of Rome. Open borders are now a cause of concern for many. Can the borders remain open? But they do apply to all of us, in good or bad. And we need to think about how we can perhaps renew our border policy. My name is Henry Vogt. I come from the University of Turku. I am a researcher in political science, international politics, and the significance of borders has been emphasized for a long time in international politics, and there is a thought that the politics mostly takes place at the borders, and today's situation really emphasizes that point, and scholars have written about borders at length and already about the connection between the pandemic and the borders, and we have some of the writers present here today. The question of spatial openness, how can it be maintained in future too? Will we have a new normal with regard to open borders? Of course, COVID-19 and Ukraine changed the situation even further, but even before that, during the migration crisis, this was given a lot of thought, and we have had a lot of concrete proposals and presentations in Europe, and we will hear about them more soon. The so-called agency for a researcher, who gets to decide what will be done when the situation changes, who will ultimately decide, is the key question, and we will focus on that today. What criteria must be met with regard to that? We have 4 panelists here. We will start from a more general level towards individual case studies. We have Hanna Tuominen from the University of Helsinki, Teemu Rantanen from the University of Turku, Saila Heinikoski from the Institute of Foreign Policy, but has also attended the University of Turku, and then we have Markku Suksi from Åbo Academy. Without further ado, once more, welcome. And I do hope that we get some time for questions from the audience, so make sure to prepare at least 2 of them for each of you. And now I will give the floor to Hanna Tuominen first. Good afternoon. And when we approach the topic of our panel, my perspective comes from my own studies. I have done a lot of research on European values, and what are these values? Most of all, freedom related to borders, as well as human rights, democracy, the rule of law. What I think about this, first of all, when we have the values, they are very much interconnected. So free movement is, of course, the basic right of European citizens. And on the other hand, in a state governed by the rule of law, we expect the citizens' basic rights to be guaranteed. However, the values also form an ideal for a social order, and they are there in the background of our thinking. But More recently, we have been faced with some empirical reality that is not always corresponding to the situations in the ideal world. First of all, we had the big migration crisis that questioned the politics to do with the borders, but also individuals' rights, refugees' rights, and the question of how we can decide on them nationally. And secondly, the COVID-19 pandemic made us think about the relationships between values, and of course then the war in Ukraine, also the border situations between Belarus and Poland have been somewhat challenging. And in the decision-making and political solutions, we need to weigh upon the values, prioritize the values, how they react to each other. And that brings us to a rather complex political questioning. The second point here is the point of decision-making. So we have been debating a lot about whether we can decide about things nationally. And of course, there's a tendency towards the national decision-making. And the COVID crisis has also shown that we also have a local decision-making level, like when we closed down the region of Uusimaa, or then the Swedish-Finnish borderline in Tornio, that affects the local people's lives on a everyday basis. Markku will talk about this more. So in these concrete situations, we need to think about the justification for these different values and the politics that is based upon them. And when we go to this national view that is now very much supported, we need to think about what the opportunity for European politics actually is in this situation, and how that affects the way in which these values are implemented, and how we can move on a general level if nationally elections or political organizations express their opinions. A third point I have is that when we talk about values, norms actually protect these values. And in a new situation, we need to adapt the norms we have. One example is the reform of the Schengen rules. We will hear more about them from Saila in a minute. So the values always need some sort of normative support, and how the norms are changed this is affected by the lessons we learn. And of course, the pandemic has been a great lesson for us with regard to good solutions with regard to borders, as well as bad solutions. So learning is an important part of that. And then there are other factors affecting the norms. These are the very strong interest groups, but also member states within Europe, the European Union, can defend their interests very strongly. And there we have the question of who gets to decide, as Henry already mentioned. But now I will give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Let's continue straight away. Teemu Rantanen. Should I change the slides? Yes, please. Good afternoon. I try to be brief and talk about the border control during the pandemic and what it might tell us about the threats that the society is facing. When the COVID-19 spread, the border control measures were the first response from states in the early stages of the pandemic. And there is research showing that member states used more border control and more extensively than, for example, how they gave up their internal regulations. And it has been used as a tool to prevent crises. And it was stated that border control should be taken into use at a very early stage of the pandemic, even before there is any data showing that it will actually be a threat to the population's health. Nevertheless, when the COVID-19 was recognized as a threat, the states in Europe reacted by closing their borders. In a situation such as a pandemic, it would be of primary importance to coordinate the various restrictions, both inside different states as well as between them. In the early stages of COVID-19 pandemic, the reactions of the member states was not uniform. Many member states reacted independently, both with restrictions of internal and EU external border controls, and this was not harmonized, and you can see it from the slide presented here, where you have the member states' travel restrictions, international travel restrictions, the basic types of them, and you can see that there's a lot of variation between the member states. Furthermore, they deviate from each other based on which countries had restrictions on, and that was not coherent among the countries. Also, there were quick changes and very little predictability, and that weakened the implementation of the citizens' basic rights. Why did states then rely on border controls? Some researchers felt that it's about the increased significance of border control and that it has become a more important resource in domestic politics. And there is a trend to build up the borders and fences against other nations. The exceptional measures that the pandemic required were also supported by a security threat. So what is typical of this type of statement is that there is the notion of protecting us from others and excluding those others. And the threat of the pandemic is thus understood as prevention of an external threat, and that actually leads our thoughts towards military protection and perhaps prevention of a pandemic is not ultimately so well suited to any military interventions. And there is a strategic culture now in place that creates a framework based on which decision makers come up with means to react to various situations, and diseases have been traditionally treated as external threats, and they try to isolate it to outside of their own nation, and the border control was taken as one means to achieve that. So there's also a tradition to firstly react to such situations nationally. The European Union, after the early stages, tried to take the situation under control and wanted to give recommendations on lifting the travel restrictions, but still justifying the national measures. They wanted to offer opportunities to use other methods such as vaccination passes. And there were common listings of third countries where travel would be allowed from. And the member states did agree on these jointly, but they not always adhered to these agreements. So we could, with these listings, see desire to restrict the use of border control, but still somehow allowing it. So they felt that countries can only be tempted to such more coherent actions. And they wanted to rather focus on individual checks instead of general border control. And for the future, there will be a reform of Schengen rules, and Saila will talk about that in a minute. With that tool, as well as some other new tools, including border control rules, they want to give means to member states to react to any external threats so that they would not react to them in an incoherent way. At the same time, they reinforce this border-centered reaction then I think it's Sila's turn now.
Muutama tärkeä asia, joka kannattaa yleensä muistaa. Koordinaation kysymys.
Thank you. There were some important issues coming up. Coordination. Coordination is key at the European level. I'm sure that Sila will tell us more about it. Well, one more thing which is important and also related to values is that we have two overlapping border regimes in Europe. We have the EU's internal free movement of people. This is based on labor, free movement of labor. Then we have Schengen Borders Code. And Schengen framework is a bit different. It's not entirely the same as the free movement of people in Europe, and it's based on people's free movement. And then Sila. Thank you very much. There have been interesting interventions already. And one central thing in this question is that we already have the Schengen area without internal borders, but at the same time, border control is something that clearly belongs to member states' competence. This has been very visible in COVID-related actions and also in border control situations in general, in terms of refugee crisis, for example. EU member states do as they see best, and then only at a later stage legitimacy is looked for at the European level. There are a couple of examples on this. First of all, the renewal of Schengen Borders Code, and this is nothing but seeking legitimization for what has been done already for years. Still, 6 countries have internal border control, and this is exceeding the 6 months deadline. And this is something that will be abolished from the Schengen Borders Code reform. So the fact that member countries have not followed the rules for years is now being legitimized. So last December, Commission gave its proposal for reformed Schengen Borders Code, and it's being discussed at the moment. So internal border control is possible on the basis of internal security and threats, and now pandemic reasons will be added to this list of reasons, and also terrorism, threat of terrorism, organized crime, and also threatening movement of third country citizens in Europe. So all these reasons that are based on 2015, when internal border controls were reintroduced in Schengen area. So these measures are being taken into the Schengen Borders Code now, even though in an explicit manner, even though they have been implemented for years now. And also a similar situation is related to Russian visa restrictions. So we saw that individual member states introduced different restrictions in terms of Russian visas, and also Finland has now put in place rules for restricting Russian visas, and it's only now that we are seeking legitimization for these measures at the European level. In this discussion, there's also the aspect of bringing in more force by drafting EU-wide rules. It's quite difficult for individual member states to act independently, so it's better if uniform EU rules are established for, let's say, visa restrictions towards Russian citizens. So they are more powerful then. So in border questions, the member states still have the highest competence, even though most measures are being adopted at the European level. Thank you very much. And of course, the Russian case is particular it's about EU's external borders. Marko Suksi, I think you have something to tell us about internal borders, especially in northern Finland. Ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of Interior is here photographed on the Swedish-Finnish border. There's free movement on Finnish-Swedish border, but in only particular situations, member states can decide on temporary travel restrictions. Reintroducing internal border controls is the last resort, and that's the last measure that can be adopted for 30 days only. Finland decided to reintroduce internal border controls after COVID-19 was declared as pandemic. The government of Finland took several decisions to reintroduce border controls, and all these decisions, the chain of different decisions, resulted in permanent border controls in Finnish-Swedish border in 2020, in springtime 2020. So putting different measures one after each other is not the original meaning of Schengen system. However, the EU has no powers to prevent member states taking such decisions as long as Schengen Borders Code is implemented. Reintroducing internal border control in Finnish-Swedish border meant that the external border of the EU or Schengen area was at the Finnish-Swedish border. So introducing internal border controls is in the competence of member states. We have the Border Control Act in Finland, and it states that the government of Finland decides on temporary reintroduction of internal border controls implemented by the Ministry of the Interior. So the government uses the powers granted by Border Control Act. There's also administration law on this matter, and therefore the Ministry of Interior is the central authority in reintroducing internal border controls. So Border Control Institute is also in the Ministry of Interior, and the Border Control Authority has to inform the Ministry of the Interior on border control issues. According to the law, the Border Control Authority has a military-type organization. On the Swedish side, they have the Border Control Authority, which belongs to police organization. In Sweden, border control is civil management, whereas in Finland it's more military-type management. So it is different, and in Tornio region in northern Finland, this meant that while border control was reintroduced, that traffic was prevented at the border and vehicles were inspected for other reasons than pandemic or public health. At the same time, the authorities looked for snus in some vehicles crossing the border. So the Ministry of Interior is responsible for border control in Finland, and the judicial responsibility was being discussed after some citizens contacted the authorities. The Supreme Judiciary authorities criticized reintroduction of border control, but stated also that there were no breaches of current legislation. The government of Finland carries the political responsibility for reintroducing border control, and Ministry of Interior is responsible for border control at the European internal borders. The government of Finland decides on internal border control and reports them to the European Commission. After that, the Ministry of Interior implements internal border control through its own organization. If this should be changed for the next pandemic, for example, competence should be given to the European Union in terms of public health. Such transfer of competences is not foreseeable, so next time when pandemic hits us, I believe we take the same measures in Finland. Political and judicial responsibility lies in the government and in ministries. Introducing internal border control changes civil border to a military border because the border control authorities are implementing these measures. So they have wider competencies than civilian authorities, and therefore we should maybe restrict the competencies of border control authorities when in these cases. Border authorities are located in central organization and central administration. Therefore, we can conclude that when these measures are in place, the minister stands on the border with her colleagues. Thank you. Well, one analytical approach or aspect here is that when researchers talk about debordering and rebordering, well, we can think of Finnish equivalents for these terms, debordering and rebordering. In many cases, it's about reintroducing border control, i.e. re-borderized Europe. So how could we de-borderize Europe in the future and on what conditions? So would you like to comment each other's interventions? Maybe Hanna, you would like to start? Well, thinking about the Russian visas, it's a very topical question. And this made me think about, well, first of all, when we talk about tourist visas and the differences between different travelers, and this is also visible in immigration. Of course, we think about values, first of all. What are the values behind travel restrictions? So we always have to think about values when we want to change norms. So what are the values lying behind the decisions to take when we restrict travel? Are these decisions in line with the values or not? Well, just a couple of thoughts that I have after having heard what Hanna said. Well, I'd like to ask whether in recent years we have had this discussion based on values. Before, we discussed a lot about values in terms of Europe and free movement and open borders. So this is something that I'm missing now. I haven't heard the word values for such a long time. Values and values of freedom and free movement are very important to us, at least to my generation, but I haven't seen a discussion on values anymore. That is true. 15 years ago in EU surveys, free movement was the key value in Europe. Peace came second. Well, you're right. We talked a lot about values in public discussion 15 years ago, but not anymore. Well, Schengen Borders Code, it has a lot of details I'd like to dwell on, but, well, the most important question is maybe that when we build new rules on the basis of some rules being breached. So maybe this makes breaching the rules more coordinated. So how well this will succeed, it remains to be seen. In research, it is interesting to note that previously when Schengen Borders Code were amended, the European Parliament rejected the threat to public health as a reason for restricting free movement, because the EP thought that direct travel restrictions are not relevant when trying to protect public health. Thinking about internal borders and what Henry said, these new terms, rebordering and debordering, also in research literature I've seen another term, soft bordering approach. Well, this means that that borders are lowered, but at the same time more police control is being introduced. So there's no physical control, but there's more personal control. And of course this makes the idea of free movement much more complex. So this can be seen in police measures in internal border control. So these were my thoughts. Saila. Well, there are many aspects in this case, as we can hear. The European Parliament has been very active in protecting and defending free movement. At the same time, the member states and the Council have been more critical. In 2017, the reform aspirations were blocked by the Council. Member states didn't want to accept new deadlines. So now these deadlines have been abolished in the most recent Commission proposal. So there's some interesting dynamics in this discussion all the time, how border control is being implemented in the EU and in member states. Well, there are two aspects, of course. Travel, tourism, commuting and so on, that's another thing. And then on the other hand, there's immigration, refugees arriving in Finland. So different codes exist for these two types of immigration and movement across borders. Of course, immigration policy is very important here. Well, the immigration package has been discussed for 2 years already, as we know, so it's not an easy thing. Indeed, and we should not forget the northern dimension. Free movement has been very well established in the Nordic countries already before Schengen era. From the Nordic perspective, restricting free movement is even more radical than in the European perspective. And it is important that this state we are in is now used for legalizing new borders. So measures being already implemented are now being introduced in the new Schengen Borders Code. And Teemu mentioned the new term soft bordering. It's very interesting because, as we know, external borders should be very stable, very strong. The Eastern European border should be very hard border, but on the other hand, internal borders in Europe could be soft borders. From the Finnish perspective, we should add more flexibility in internal borders. If more control should be added to internal borders, they should be soft bordering measures. Also thinking about who are the authorities that are responsible for these measures, so that the same competencies are not used in both external and external borders. Thank you very much. We still have some 10 minutes. Are there any questions from the audience to our panelists at this stage? There you go, in the back row, please.
Kuuluuko?
So I am interested in your personal views on what was successful in the border control during the pandemic and what did not succeed. Maybe we can get another question. Or, well, there are no more questions to that yet. Who wants to comment? I think we could get reactions from a couple of you. If I can comment, I think what was not successful in Finland to some extent was that the internal border was one of the strongest ones, and it created a strong border that actually resembled a national border. And within the EU during the pandemic, we should maintain a civilian border. Sila, would you like to comment? Well, I think you can see it in the way that for the EU institutions, we have succeeded in some way because rather quickly after the member states started to uphold these borders, this coordination proposal came through from the EU institutions. So at least there's been the attempt on the EU level to do that. And of course, it has to be codified into the national legislation. But I think the problem mostly was the lack of coordination. I think the first proposals came at the end of 2020 with the COVID passes and so on. And I think we got new ones at the end of November last year. And the decision of the Council at the turn of the year. Well, this is 14 pages and many points that need to be considered with regard to border control. So that's the type of coordination that we've had. But I think Teemu's comment showed how varied it has been. I think the Commission started giving recommendations after waiting a while in the 2020. But then we have these reports of how well they were actually adhered to. That's not such a nice view. So I think there were some challenges in that. I will not take a personal stand on that. I already referred to the bad practices, and it of course depends on whoever is viewing it. But I think for the European as well as for the international politics, we always have different interest groups that have different perspectives on issues. And I would like to refer to the second point, the problems with the political decision-making, that it's not only about the democracy and the national borders closed or open. There is desire for both decisions. But when we talk about the external borders of the EU and the various hybrid operations and so on that are coming fairly quickly, and the fact that we couldn't predict them was a failure. And of course, in Finland, we need to see that we're living in a rule of law and we can't change these situations very quickly. But there is pressure from the citizens that if there is a hybrid operation from Russia, say, that why can't we do anything about it? So when we look at the Belarus actions, so prediction in future. But I think that, as I said, the norms will be changed when we learn things, and I hope we have learned something. It was interesting back in 2015 when we had the immigrant crisis. It was made into a crisis, a huge problem for the whole Europe. But now the fact that we have Ukrainians, much more of them in Europe, I can't see any reports of saying that it's a problem. On the other hand, our national broadcasting company just makes stories about how interesting it is that we have Ukrainian children in Finnish schools who don't know any Finnish. Again, this is a question of values. When you think about the European division caused by the immigration crisis, the Eastern Europe denying entrance and Western Europe allowing refugees, and that these different viewpoints had very much support also within our country, depending on political views. Well, we could now take some questions from the audience.
No moikka.
Hello. It just occurred to me in this discussion the orientation within a country towards borders in a pandemic context, where we could have a look at it more in terms of free movement. However, in my opinion, I think it is an interesting addition to this discussion. when in Finland we had the lockdown of the region of Uusimaa. In France and Spain, there were similar state internal border control. And I think it was visible in Teemu's slide that we saw. So I would be interested in hearing your opinions on the state internal restriction of mobility, how it fits to this discussion, and who there are or what are those factors when we've been talking about the state power with regard to border control and the competence of the EU, but what went about cities, towns, and regions, provinces. Hanna and Saila want to comment. Yes, the lockdown of Uusimaa region, I don't know what was achieved by that. I represent those who were inside it, so of course I couldn't have come here to Turku. But the free movement on one hand, and then the health and safety of citizens on the other hand, and then we have the authorities who simply state that we don't have the resources to treat people if this disease spreads. And it could be that this can justify the external borders when we have the internal restrictions as well. It is the constitutional right to have free movement within a country, and if that is being restricted, probably then the Schengen internal borders or the external Schengen borders are being further restricted. That might not feel so bad then. I think it is an interesting question to see how citizens reacted to this, because the internal lockdowns, at least in the Finnish debate, seemed to be just a personal problem rather than the right of citizens to enter or exit a country. That is a different right and different status. It has a different significance to us, although it is also a basic right to be able to move inside within a country. And there could be cultural differences, for example, with Americans, how they would react to being restricted in movement within their own country. For us, it seemed to be much more an individual's problem than a question of identity. I'm sure that's correct. And while we talk about the Uusimaa border that was closed, it actually only applied to unnecessary traffic. All goods moved freely. As far as I understand, commuters could move freely, and some other necessary things could be taken across the border. So it wasn't a total lockdown either. So how does that help in controlling a pandemic? Ultimately, that's a very good question. It potentially helped those municipalities who would have had people whose summer cottages were there, and then these municipalities might not have had enough resources to treat those people. So I think that's the only thing that was taken care of with that, the healthcare resources, and I'm not sure if that is a good enough reason. I talked to a professor acting as in China, and they said that everything was closed down every once in a while, and the mechanism of who will close things down was very vague. So there was in Finland the constitutional board that had to make those decisions. In many European countries, the check whether that was a correct measure to take came only afterwards. I need to add that these exceptional conditions apparently in Finland did not mean the same as what they will mean in China, in another European country, where declaring state of emergency or an exceptional circumstances means that there are soldiers with guns on the streets, and that was not what it meant here. And here we can see how the values also differ from the Finnish perspective, we can say that Finns will not take so many orders as in many other countries the citizens need to do. Good. We don't have much time left, but we need to remember that in Europe we also react on a global level as well. We try to regulate things within Europe, but we've had the national and regional level represented here. Thank you.
Ministeri Haatainen.
Minister Haatainen, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Turku and Eurooppa-forum. The Finnish labour market policy has gone through dramatic changes in recent years. While this year has been no exception, on the other hand, the speed of change seems to be accelerating. Therefore, we at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment thought that it would be a good idea to organize a panel discussion for drafting some guidelines for strengthening trust on the labour market. The Eurooppa-forum in Turku is a key driver in the autumn season political discussion. This is our first time in Turku, and we at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment believe that we have all the opportunities to create a thorough and forward-looking discussion. Our cooperation partners in organizing this have been the University of Turku and its Center for Parliamentary Studies and European Finland Association. My name is Matti Hirvola. I'm the Communications Director and moderator of this discussion. First, I invite the Undersecretary of State Elina Pylkkänen to open the discussion. Elina, the floor is yours.
Hyvää iltapäivää.
Good afternoon on my behalf. Thank you for coming to Turku to take part in this important discussion. Welcome. I'd like to highlight this scheme. How does the Finnish labour market look like? How does our economy look like in Finland? What are the conditions and what are the prerequisites for future labour market model in Finland? And what is the role of state in this project? Of course, we talk about labour supply and demand on the labour market, and now we see that labour demand is on the increase despite the fact that economy is maybe heading towards recession. Still, labour demand is still on the increase. Labour supply, on the other hand, is on the decrease due to aging population and also due to inactive population. People in their working age are not working. They are unable to work, and also skilled labour sometimes leave the country. And also we are worried about the condition of younger generations. MOVE measurements demonstrate the lower physical condition among young generations, and of course we need a lot of new labour for taking care of the elderly in Finland as populations are aging. At the moment, we can say that half of the companies suffer from shortage of labour, and this is a critical factor because it also hinders our economic growth. And of course, shortage of labour also increases salaries because most jobs go to those already employed. So companies are cannibalizing each other. They attract employees from other companies instead of hiring from the open labor market. And looking at the situational image on the Finnish labor market, well, service industries are on the increase. They are growing very fast. And services and their share is also increasing in export industries, as it has already for years. Profitability growth has been very modest in the Finnish labor market. On the other hand, we see certain polarization here between industries. We have very successful companies and industries and those who are not very successful at all. Also, inflation is accelerating. It has introduced new uncertainties on the labor market and in the economy in general, and therefore the situation is very challenging on the labor market. State debt is on the increase due to COVID-19 pandemic and Ukrainian war, and stagflation is a massive threat. Inflation and low economic growth taking place at the same time. A very worrying scenario. There are no easy solutions for shortage of labor. The employment rates have increased until 74%, 75% even, a very good figure indeed. Labor-based immigration does not introduce any quick fixes. It's not a quick solution for shortage of labor on the Finnish labor market. And employing those who are now unemployed would be the best solution from the economic perspective and also tax returns. And also the way to work are changing. Many people work remotely. Hybrid work is increasing and also light entrepreneurship has become more common and people simply don't want to work that much anymore. People appreciate their free time more and it's more difficult than ever to attract new employees. Well, there's also the other side of the coin. We also have some good perspectives. We still have reserves in terms of labor. We have unemployed people in Finland. We have immigrants moving to Finland. We have 100,000 people who work part-time and who would like to work more. People retire all the time and those who have recently retired could also work, as we've seen in the other Nordic countries. And we can also prevent people leaving the labor market by improving working conditions, by focusing on young generation and by attacking the state debt problem. And digitalization is one production input as well, and digitalization is something that we should develop more. Those who are partially able to work should also be focused on, and these people should be employed more than before. So we have a lot of reasons for reforming the Finnish labor market. Things are changing at a very fast speed. Profitability increase is something that we need at the moment. And the companies are successful if they have good employees who are committed to their work and to the objectives of the company. Therefore, we have to reintroduce trust on the labor market between different labor market partners by introducing trust is key. That is key to increase profitability. We are a small economy. We are very dependent on exports. We are in the Eurozone and therefore we have to take every party's interests into account when reforming our labor market. On the state side, we understand the need to reform institutions, to reform organizations and so on. And we also have a lot of information now on the situation on the labor market and in economy in general. We have to use data more efficiently. We have to reform labor market legislation as well. So what is the role of state on the labor market? What is the state's role on the labor market? And this is something that I'd like to hear from you, social partners. I'm sure you have a lot of expectations for the state of Finland, but the state of Finland also have expectations to you. We can achieve balance in Finland. We have to improve coordination on the labor market. It is in our interests that labor market in Finland is stable and we achieve economic growth. We need to give people possibilities to have long and rewarding careers and create reasonable working conditions. The state of Finland has a lot of other responsibilities on the labor market as well. For example, financing the social security system. I'd like to give you a challenge. What is your response to this? What do we gain from all this if there are more strikes, for example, in Finland as there are in Sweden? So there are a lot of questions here for today's discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much, Undersecretary of State Elina Pylkkänen. That was a very interesting introduction for this discussion, creating a framework for this afternoon. So in this first session, we have a lot of introductions that create a framework for the discussion later on, and we already start the discussion in the second session this afternoon. We start by panel discussion and also give the floor to our audience. Next, the academic side. Now, as we heard from Undersecretary of State Elina Pylkkänen, in the tripartite labor market system, a lot of decisions have been taken in recent years that have an influence on the everyday life of us Finns. These decisions concern salaries, working conditions, economic policy, labor market policy and social policy. Yet, there is very little academic research on agreement-based society and also very few researchers specializing in the subject. So, it has been very welcome that the Center of Parliamentary Studies at the University of Turku has been so active in studying our tripartite system. Next, we'll hear some interim results of a large study on labor market relations. These are presented by Professor of Practice Anders Blom and researcher Samuli Laine. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. Minister, ladies and gentlemen. Samuli Laine, Master of Political Science from the University of Turku, is conducting a study with me on the labor market system. Welcome. And would you tell us about yourself, please? Yes, my name is Samuli Laine. Welcome to you all. I'm happy to see so many of you here. To hear about this topic that is not very frequently addressed. And with me there is Anders Blom, a professor of practice. And Samuli has been taking care of the data of this study. He will present these results, but I will give an introduction to this actual question, because the framework for these problems need to be understood. Tapio Bergholm, who is considered in Hakaniemi, but also academically as a classic in the labor market research, has done his dissertation on the topic of double bond. And this very well defines the cooperative tradition where we have had the social partners and the government collaborating, and the Finnish EU membership. And in times of distress, the business life employees have found each other around this double bond. And this double bond actually is a big societal foothold, but the system has not been studied that much ultimately. When Olli Rehn wrote his dissertation in 1996, he saw that the labour market collaboration in the cooperative sense in Finland has come to its end. Rehn also saw that the monetary union or the decision regarding the monetary union, in that situation he saw the possibility that it will disperse the will of the nation. And I think Rehn's dissertation is a good one. It compares the logic of integration study by Esko Antola, where the solutions of Finland and Austria, among others, were compared. I did my dissertation later, wrote my PhD on the idea that the cooperative tripartite structure in Finland has created a certain insider circle. And in this situation, I was not the only researcher who came to that conclusion. Matti Wiberg and Mr. Paloheimo came to the same conclusion with fewer studies where they talked about the interest groups being divided into an insider and an outsider circle. And after the financial crisis in 2008, there came a time that we are now looking at. When we joined the European Union, it was preceded by some reforms, and there were also a buffer agreement between the labour market parties or the social partners to agree on creating national buffers for economic shocks, for financial shocks that were not in sight at the time, and nowhere there repercussions inside. And this was brought to the parliament by the Lipponen first government in 1996, and during his second government there was a reform of the universal validity that was revised in 2001. And this meant that once we gave up our own monetary policy, that was actually the essential strategic objective of the employer side. At the same time, the parties agreed, or the partners agreed, that in future we will build this control based on the double bond on strong financial policy and labor policy. And this structure solution that was tradition of, or legacy from the 1990s EMU decision. In the past decade, it has now been, it has collapsed. Here we have an image from the Board of Technology Industry from 2007. This is from their minutes, and it describes the operation or project Finland, where the technology industry abolished the collective bargaining from the center of the Finnish industries, the Confederation of Finnish Industries, and where we used to have the incomes policy questions were discussed around the same table. Our employer side's development was largely built during the past 15 years on that. So looking at these big development features that have taken place here, what is significant is that the double bond has become loose. I would say that it has become loose very quickly during the last election period in the past 4 years. The fiscal policy has been in great trouble. Our public or national debt has increased dramatically. Of course, there have also been dramatic events with the pandemic and many other factors. But our economy has largely depended on the definitions of policy by the ECB. Then the labor market policy is really searching itself. As researchers, we are not here to advise on how to deal with the labor market policy, but clearly, against the historic background, the pattern where we chose fiscal policy and labor policy as our tools, and the labor market policy has now been rejected. Samuli can continue from here and reveal our results. They might not be welcomed by everyone. I hope you won't find them altogether unpleasant either. So during the spring and summer, we've been working hard. Started off with a two-phased research process where we collect both quantitative and qualitative data. The key pillars of our study are questionnaire or a survey where we have both employers, trade union representatives, political representatives as respondents. We have invited over 2,000 people to this survey, and we got about 400 responses. You can see the responses in numbers. They are somewhat higher here because we have some respondents who are in a double role. They represent both employers as well as politicians, for example. We have had a strong emphasis on gaining a good amount of responses, and that the responses are well representing the various fields of industry. So we need to get enough data from the special needs that they have. Looking at the respondents, 60% of the respondents had about a decade's experience on taking care of labor market issues in some role. The party political stance for over 70% was established. And when we look at the people who were invited, there was a strong emphasis on the employer side when sending out the invitations, because we have the problem that we want to find out on the employer side. We have both organized and unorganized employers, and there is a lot of deviation or variation seen there, and that will give us some guidelines into the future. We have by no means put any emphasis on that in our analysis of the responses. So when we analyze the data, we of course only observe the responses in each block as with the same value, so we don't have any bias in our analyses in terms of looking for specific answers, for example. So here you can see some of the variation in our industry, we can see the service sector and then the labor market agreement, collective bargaining agreement aside, because we also have the biggest response groups came from the trade union side. If we look at the observations we made, and Professor Blum actually already said that they might not be good news to everybody, but I hope it's interesting to hear anyway. The first topic that came up there in our intermediate report was the common interest. We looked at how the respondents felt, where the problems lied in the current Finnish model, and virtually every group felt that the lack of common interest, the disappearing of the common interest, is the common denominator for these problems. It was clearly the biggest factor that you could point at. Satisfaction with the current model was somewhat higher with the trade union representatives, whereas investors were clearly more negative towards it. And we had 68% of respondents who felt that the lack of common interest was a problem. And if I go back to the previous speaker's message, the perspective that where we expect that the social partners and labor market representatives can agree on issues is now facing challenges, because this common interest is not being viewed as strongly, and the system is currently getting to transition to that. And if we look at the labor market system ending up at this point where we no longer can find the common interest, both response groups, if we look at the employees and employers representatives, we can clearly see that this system was built by the other party. When we ask how it was formed, both the employers and the employees feel that it was constructed based on the other party's interests, and that they were an underdog's position here. However, the employers' views were that there was strong lobbying, and nobody felt that there's no lobbying taking place. But the other party's influence is always considered stronger. If we think about the viewpoint, what it's like from a larger perspective on the labor market system, it was lukewarm feeling. There was no extensive awareness of the labor market system, nor people's interest in it. The criticism was mostly always targeted to the opposing side, but the employers were clearly more critical. And I could add here that the labor market system has a history that it would be beneficial if this was better known, people were more aware of it, generally speaking, because these figures show how contradictory people's views were. And on average, the current functioning of this Finnish model got the rate of 4.8, and investors clearly felt that they had the most negative attitude, and the trade union representatives had the most positive attitude towards it. So here we could see a conflict between those parties. And if we start opening this problem, looking at where our respondents felt that the new model should come from, when we asked employers, they emphasize external competitiveness and a local agreement. And of course, that has been very much presented in public discussion too, but the response rates were very high, regardless of the sector or from the fact whether they come from large corporations or SMEs. The universal validity should be diminished or abolished altogether, according to employers. So 70% felt that way. That would be, of course, a big change in our current system. And the agreement method with a focus on local agreement for the employer side would be very important, the most important priority. So the method of agreement was actually more important than what is being agreed on here, whereas the employee side definitely emphasized the role of traditional collective bargaining, and the employees emphasized in their responses the fact that they wanted the employers to be more organized, or at least to maintain their level of organization, whereas the employer side felt no need for that. If we look at the comparison between countries and their models, the employers clearly look for the Nordic model, Denmark, Sweden. There's a lot of interest in those examples. They're looking for another type of double bond, a looser double bond, whereas the employee representatives had more focus on the Finnish model. Employee representatives really looked to the Finnish model. They wanted to develop that further. And when you zoom in, what they want to achieve as concrete things on the labor market, of course, we will get deeper into that in our analysis next year. But the employers want to have more flexibility and profitability, labor-based immigration, and that the trade union payment collection would be more dispersed. And it clearly shows that on the employer side there is willingness to loosen up the whole bargaining institutions, whereas on the employee side, the high level of organization, being organized, is the number one matter, and they want to hold on to the membership fee system. And they also are interested in more democratic procedures. Next, our study will start conducting interviews. We want to get deeper into what people mean with these responses and want to understand these topics more thoroughly. Thank you, Samuli. A couple of points more. The question of who created this system. There might not be one correct answer to that, but the story that I was building, writing in my PhD dissertation comes from the understanding that the employers were the initiator, and in particular the 1968 incomes policy solution had the element of employers connecting with social democrats, and they had the common enemy, inflation, and the Soviet Union, its communist party that was very active in Finland at the time. The archives might not reveal any ideological aspects, but when you dig deeper, you can find the political core, meaning taking Finland to the West, reinforcing our exports industry, becoming more competitive on the Western market. And this process continued all the way up to the project to join the EU. And we need to remember that not all the employers agreed on all these definitions of policy, nor did employees. And the employee side was contacted by offering these different solutions. We have three fundamental points here. One is the earnings-based pension, work pension system. Then we have the membership collection agreement where the trade unions collect the membership fees. And the third thing was the universal validity. And all these things are currently under discussion behind closed doors. And there's a lot more information available about them than what we are presenting here now. And these are the reasons that we are actually discussing today. But it's a whole new era. In 1993, when we were working under the EEC, there was a change in Finland, and of the 500 largest corporations in Finland, there was foreign ownership in about 20%. About 5,000 largest corporations included a significant number of companies with foreign ownership. So the small Finnish market has become much more international when you look at the ownership base. And we don't understand that. We don't have the national ownership view anymore. And we need to look at these questions by each corporation. And in large corporations, it is a key point. But this is no longer part of this study. But we gave you some introduction into it, and we try to publish the results of this study before the parliament elections. And it is the interest of our Center for Parliamentary Studies to find how members of the parliament can, in this situation, receive this demand in terms of politics and economy that comes from the business world. Thank you.
Kiitoksia, professori Blum.
Thank you, Professor Blum and researcher Samuli Laine. These were very interesting interim results indeed, thinking about the future contracting framework in Finland. This is something that we'll discuss during the second part of our discussion. It was a very interesting observation on our labor market system and its development since the January agreements. The Finnish labor market system has been very political, and this has created the model or developed the model into what it is now. And the Soviet Union has also played a role in the creation of the Finnish labor market system. So this was drafted already at the end of the 1960s in the Liinamaa Agreement. So very interesting historical developments here as well. So we have to understand the history in order to be able to understand the future framework for contracting. So now we heard about the Undersecretary of State, we heard the academic researchers, and next we give the floor to Minister Haatainen, Minister of Employment, to give her keynote presentation for the minister's speech. We have two comments from the CEO of Metsä Group, Ilkka Hämälä, and President of Central Organization of Finnish Trade Unions, Jarkko Eloranta. But first, Minister Haatainen, you have the floor, please. Dear participants, welcome to Turku. It's very nice to see you here. It's very important that we discuss here this very important topic. I'd like to thank Undersecretary of State Elina Pylkkänen and also the Center for Parliamentary Research at the University of Turku, Anders Blom and Samuli Laine. Thank you for sharing your interim results. So, well, I'd like to say that we are facing key questions in Finnish system at the moment. So these are really the most topical questions in Finland right now. In my introductory speech, I'd like to briefly discuss the concept of trust in Finland. Then I'd like to analyze the labor market politics and the recent developments on the labor market. And last but not least, I'd like to call for labor market partners to create a framework system for Finland that takes into account our political and cultural realities. Our strength has always been that we are united, we work together, we collaborate in difficult times. Contracting, collaboration, interaction and cooperation, these are the pillars that the Finnish society is based on. And trust is a key concept here in this development. Well, we are used to having a stable society in Finland. If we agree on something, we can rely on it. And this social capital is very important in Finland, and this social capital has taken us forward in Finland for decades already. We have built a welfare society in Finland after wars, economic crisis, pandemic, and then of course now we are living in war times in Europe when our neighbor has brutally attacked Ukraine. Well, we can still survive with cooperation and collaboration, no matter whether it's COVID-19 or foreign policy issues. With collaboration, we can move forward. Well-being is a result of work. High employment rates and increasing labor productivity have been key drivers in creating economic growth in Finland. We have been very successful in raising the Finnish employment rate. It's now higher than ever. In 2019, our ambitious target was set 75%. Well, or approximately 74% with the new calculation method. We have now achieved this target. So we are very close to good Nordic level in terms of employment rates. This is now higher than ever. But we still have a lot of challenges in terms of labor market and employment. I'd like to list a few of these challenges now. First, in summer 2021, a year ago, I launched in my ministry a project for mapping out labor market skills gaps, how to tackle them. This project tries to find ways to reduce skills gap on the labor market and of course acquire data for long-term use. This roadmap means that we work in close collaboration with trade unions and other labor market partners and try to find ways how to tackle this problem in different regions in Finland, how to attract employees, how to educate and train people to be more attractive on the labor market and how to make ends meet. On the other hand, demographic challenges are very visible in Finland. Population is aging very fast in Finland, faster than in any other country in Europe. Since 2013, people leaving the labor market are higher in numbers than people arriving to the labor market. So we need more labor-based immigration in this country, and the government has been active in this matter as well. We have speeded up the immigration processes for specialists or entrepreneurs, and we have proposed new legislation for speeding up immigration and labor permission or job permission processes in Finland. We also need to make all the processes very smooth when dealing with authorities and so on, so that we can attract experts from other countries to come to Finland to work. And also in workplaces, we have to welcome new people from abroad with open mind. Dear listeners, third, I'd like to highlight the importance of increasing the employment rate. We still have to increase our employment rates, and this needs a well-functioning labor market system. We need predictable and open labor market. These are the prerequisites for economic growth. In order to create new jobs and economic growth, we need a well-functioning and transparent labor market. At the same time, we need joint contracting and a well-functioning system in order to increase trust in society. We have been able to agree on working conditions and salaries on the labor market, and this has resulted in happy employees. They have received their share from companies' profits, and also economic growth has been stable and inflation has been stable in Finland. On the labor market system, well-organized employees and employers have negotiated together on salaries and working conditions. And then the government has also have its own targets on the labor market. It has also contributed to this negotiating system in a tripartite method. Examples of these are social security issues or labor market functioning, tax solutions, and retirement matters. Well, every now and then some people have challenged this joint contracting model. Sometimes employees or sometimes employers have been critical towards the joint negotiating and contracting system. Of course, there are different reasons for this criticism, maybe ideological differences and maybe some thoughts that we could do things simpler without listening to all parties and just pick the cherries on the cake. Of course, we should always keep the balance on the labor market and not to create any imbalances. On the Finnish labor market model, it's very important to keep it stable and predictable and create a transparent framework for joint contracting and negotiating. Now I must say that we are lost with this ideal or this target. We haven't had this system for years. We are not pragmatic anymore, and the results have not been satisfactory anymore, as we just heard when we listened to the interim results of Center for Parliamentary Studies in Turku. Common interest is not recognized. Different parties blame each other for not wanting to negotiate and so on. So, what to do now? Well, we have seen everything this year. We have seen long strikes and disputes on the municipality workers' labor market and very difficult times in social and healthcare sectors. So these are signs of turbulences on the Finnish labor market. At the same time, we are still suffering from war in Europe. Energy prices are increasing, and of course these will be reflected in the salary negotiations this autumn. People need higher salaries, simply. Dear friends, mutual trust is something that is very important, and for this we need a respectful and democratic atmosphere. We can agree that we disagree, but we have to be able to work together. We should learn our lessons from history, and of course we always try to find ways to blame others and criticize other people's thoughts. But we need solutions now in Finland, and in this work all options are open. All options have to be open and available. Next, I'd like to explain my own thoughts on these matters. Dear listeners, when we talk about labor market and labor market negotiating and contracting, we often hear ideas that we should follow other countries' examples. As we heard from researchers, there were three peer countries, Sweden, Denmark and Austria. And all these alternative models were seen as better than the Finnish model. Well, in Finland we always look at Sweden. We have often taken many systems from Sweden, and now our eyes are turned to Sweden in this case as well. Well, let's think about the Swedish model. When we talk about other countries' models, what do we talk about? Last year in our ministry we organized a seminar on the Nordic salary formation in the Nordic countries. And it was very interesting to hear how the Swedish negotiating system had been developed in recent decades. And it became clear that all labor market systems are results of long historical development, and culture and history and many other factors have an influence on the labor market systems that are in place in different countries right now. Finnish labor market usually has high levels of trust, which is good, and also dialogue is stable in Finland, but in Sweden dialogue is much better than in Finland. Well, in Sweden there's this culture of discussing things. Culture of discussing things that is prevalent in Sweden. It is a very good basis for local contracting and local company-specific agreements. Well, this is fine. I think we should provide better conditions for local contracting, because the local companies usually have the best understanding of local conditions. Well, this strong dialogue and strong connections, strong trust, these are key elements not only in Finland but also in Sweden, and especially in Sweden they are important factors in terms of strikes and disputes. There are not so many strikes and labor market disputes in Finland as there are in Sweden as there are in Finland. So trust is key, and dialogue between employers and employees. We have to create a strong culture of trust, as has been done in Sweden, not only on the labor market but in society in general. Another important element is the employees' possibility to take part in decision making in companies. This is regulated by legislation in Sweden. The employees have right to be listened to, right to determine, right of co-determination and so on. So all employees have the right to co-determine a company's matters. And this applies to all companies in Sweden. Another example from the Swedish side is the industry contracting. So industry salary rises are taken first, and then other industries or other sectors in society follow industry salary rises. And the salary coordination together with local contracting are key elements in the Swedish model. And also central organizations have good collaboration and dialogue, and trade unions are fairly strong also in Sweden, although this is something we often forget here in Finland. Another thing is that both Swedish employees and employers have high organization rates. Therefore, they trust each other and they don't necessarily need generally applicable contracts as we do in Finland. So it was very interesting to hear historical developments in labor market models in the Nordic countries and also in Sweden. The state has intervened in several labor market disputes, and if I remember correctly, Prime Minister Göran Persson once contributed to these negotiations, and this resulted in the first ever industry agreement. Well, Sweden provides also many ideas for dispute settlement on the labor market. And this was also mentioned in the interim results here in Turku. And maybe we should also develop our dispute settlement system on the labor market. In Sweden, the dispute settlement institution or authority is involved in the labor market agreement negotiations already before any disputes have appeared. The Dispute Settlement Authority has better resources in Sweden than in Finland. There are approximately 40 people who are involved in dispute settlement on the labor market. So these authorities support negotiations already at the local level. They provide resources and expertise, and therefore the negotiating positions are more stable and measures can be taken before disputes arise. We are taking steps towards this direction also in Finland. We are reforming the labor market dispute legislation. We add new elements into this, and this will provide new measures for dispute settlement already before the threat of strikes. Well, in conclusion, there are many benefits and advantages in the Swedish labor market system. Well, their recipe seems simple and well functioning. They have very high mutual trust, they have strong dialogue, they have balanced negotiating positions, and they have very active, if not proactive, negotiating style. It's also good to remember that the industry agreement in Sweden and also local agreements and co-determination rights and dispute settlement systems in Sweden, they are all results of long historical and cultural development. And it took decades also in Sweden to achieve this new system. Dear listeners, I hope that this year's labor market disputes are to last in line for a long time. This is a wake-up call to us all. Our labor market system has gone forward without a clear framework for contracting, and now we've had enough. We have to create something new. I believe we all agree that from the perspective of stable labor markets and stable economic growth, Finland has benefited from stable labor markets and predictability. And the culture of negotiating has been very important. We sit together around the same table. We have a joint situational image. We have a strong will to create joint solutions for labor market in Finland for the benefit of all parties. Well, now it seems that there are still too many open questions. Parties do not want to negotiate, let alone agree on anything. We can discuss, but we do not reach any conclusions. Well, this is something that Professor Bloom also took up in his presentation. So we should have a clear logic here. The state and other parties should have a common view on the labor market, how to achieve stable development in society. If the labor market system is not able to create predictability and stability, it's also a problem to the state. Minister of Employment nor any other minister in Finland does not decide on working conditions or minimal wages, but labor market matters and stability in society are key issues in politics, also in Finland. Now that the present system is not functioning anymore, what should we do? Should we increase political competencies on the labor market? Well, this may sound attractive, and every once in a while labor market partners have called for more parliamentarism on the labor market. However, the political means are not as sophisticated as means that are in use on the labor market. Many questions related to working conditions and salaries may become issues for disputes, and then these questions are solved in parliamentary elections. I do not want to have eternal disputes on the labor market in Finland in the future. Therefore, I'd like to call all parties on the labor market, all labor market partners, all trade unions. I wish that we have now reached something in this dispute and that we all agree that we have to create a future labor market contracting model, a model that serves us all, because this is something that we need to have in Finland right now. We need to have a joint situational image in order to find the path towards a joint future. So creating a joint situational image, agreeing on a joint path to the future based on academic research, we could create a new model. And it's very important to base this on our existing history and culture, something that fits into Finland. Of course, we cannot copy these models from one society to another, but of course we can always learn from the past. At the same time, I'd like to suggest that we should analyze the future and the significance of technological change and digitalization and green transition. Working life is changing all the time. The way to work is changing and labor markets become more international, we need to analyze what kind of future we strive for and how to make sure that all parties remain in this system. Well, this is not an easy task, but this is something that we have to do right now, not least because we are living in such turbulent times and economy looks very bleak this winter. As the Minister of Employment, I'm ready to invest my time in this. I'm ready to convene the first meeting for this project, and I hope that this presentation here today in Turku will inspire you in this work. Dear friends, all in all, this is all about a simple thing: trust. Trust is very easy to breach but very difficult to repair. However, we need that when faced with difficulties, Finns can look for joint solutions by negotiating and collaborating. And these are the elements that make Finland such a good place to live. I believe that together we can create a future contracting model on the Finnish labor market that will be successful and lead to good results to us all. I hope that we can move forward in a collaborative, respectful way, listening to each other and negotiating with each other. Dear friends, we need a common view into the future for the Finnish labor market. We need a roadmap for moving forward, for building trust. In short, Finnish trust needs a new beginning. Thank you very much.
Kiitoksia työministeri Haatainen.
Thank you, Minister of Employment Haatainen. And this appeal was very strong and, of course, to the point when we think about the future. And first to comment here is the CEO of Metsä Group, Ilkka Hämälä.
Niin, arvoisa ministeri.
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to comment. The forest industry started with local agreements, company-specific agreements. We saw that even within our industry there are so many companies in different phases, they have different business lines. So we felt that we can bring more efficiency into these companies, and then with that in mind, it's the wisest choice to go on that road. But nevertheless, we need the common framework to build working life on. Of course, in Finland, this is in a very good level. We have a good safety net, we have social security systems and pension systems, and in developing these items we have active work from the social partners and the legislators. They do listen to each other also. Then the coordination of pay that was discussed is now in the model that we have entered into is a specific challenge because companies must be based on the development of productivity. On the other hand, we need to be competitive against our competitors. So we need to be able to look both inward in the productivity development within the company as well as outward to see what the competitors are doing. And the export industry a couple of years back started to develop this type of light version of the Swedish model that we used for some time. but this model then came to its end during the year. However, looking at this from the company perspective, it is important that we reach open discussion and interaction with the representatives of our employees. And with the employee representatives, I mean both people, shop stewards among our staff, as well as the trade unions that represent them. In our industry, the level of organization is very high. I consider it very important when we are developing the working conditions, the working life, that we as an employer engage ourselves in discussion with the shop stewards, our employee representatives, as well as their trade unions. That way we can move forward, find common targets and objectives, and build the trust that has been called for here in many interventions. I would see that on the labor market, the biggest cultural change in this trade market debate is to stop talking about the opposing side. We are partners and parties to the discussion, and the development of our labor market can only be based on common targets and common interests, and the competitiveness that we seek jointly. And we need to start this work from the very basic practical level. A collective labor agreement is just one step in between. If we think about the legislation directing the labor market, then we can have broader rules and regulations with regard to industries or companies, but we end up in the companies after all, and there we need to achieve the very detailed discussion of what kind of competence we need to develop at the workplace in the companies, and how we can make the working life as smooth as possible. And for the working life to be efficient and smooth, that requires that people feel good about their work. They need to feel that their input at work is appreciated. And this is why the various mechanisms with which the staff and the employer management discuss with each other continuously on various forums is very important. The fact that we steer the discussion towards finding the common good, finding positive things, instead of seeking conflicts and contradictions. This is the type of thinking that we need to strive at. It's always easier to find somebody to argue with than to find a good partner and collaborator with whom we can actually make progress. Thank you for this opportunity. And these were my thoughts when I was listening to the introductions. Thank you, Minister, for your keynote speech. Thank you, Mr. Hamala. I really liked the way you said that we need to find partners in the labor market. And this is probably a notion that we will focus on in the next part of our session. And we will hear another comment from Hakaniemi, the chairman of the Central Organization of the Finnish Trade Unions, Jarkko Eloranta. Good afternoon, Minister, ladies and gentlemen. This is a mission impossible to cover a topic of this extent in 5 minutes, but I need to pick a couple of points anyway. And I would like to congratulate Ukraine for their National Day. And there has been an agreement between the SAK, my organization, and the Confederation of Finnish Industries to donate some money for Ukraine. And that's, of course, a good side to our relationship that we can do that. There have been some references to these studies conducted by Radisson. I would also like to raise one researcher and a book that you might want to read. It talks about the thoughts of the employer side. It's by Maiju Vuokko, talking about the endless engagements, because it tells the story of already in the 1970s, the employers going through the ideas of whether the collective bargaining actually serves their interests. And of course, these discussions have continued for quite some time, that we are now here talking about these things. Elina challenged us in asking what the state gets from the labour market organization, and then we could ask what is the state ultimately. I won't get into that, but when we think about it, the state has got a lot. We could reject communists. Finland was taken into Europe, and of course, all in all, the labour market system and the trade unions, the different organizations achieved a lot. So although we feel that we are spending a lot of time on other things, we have also managed to agree on a number of things. Many people have used the word transition today, and I think it is an honest assessment of where we are right now. And of course, change is constant, but we are indeed living in a time of transition. There's no doubt about that, but how long it will continue, we don't know. Maybe we could say that we are currently living through a pedagogical turmoil. We are trying to learn on both sides how to move on in this new situation, and that always creates some turmoil too. I think it's good to remember that a new model cannot be created in a minute, and also it's hard to get rid of the old one very quickly. And we must remember that we have the different solutions and characteristics in place at the same time. We have also the employer and employee organizations where there haven't been that many changes to the bargaining and negotiating processes. And of course, we should remember that there are plenty of different models in use. And when we talk about these, we kind of mix them up, and that's not a problem. But we need to remember that settling takes place on many levels. It starts, first of all, when an individual employee agrees with his or her boss, and then we get to the company level and the trade union level, and we finally get to the collective bargaining. And there are some parts that function extremely well, some that need a little bit of tweaking, but some parts might be now unnecessary, but some will remain. There is a moment of discontinuity right now, and the minister appealed on us to try and find a new type of a model to agree and settle and to come up with solutions that will benefit the whole Finnish society, both employees and employers. And on behalf of my own organization, I can say that there is certainly a willingness to achieve such a solution, but whether we can achieve it is another matter, because what we know right now is that the relations between the organizations might not be the best possible between the employers and the employees, nor between the different employee organizations, maybe not between the different employer organizations either. We should be honest about that. It's not just a question between the employers and the employees. It's also a problem between the employees themselves and the employers themselves. And therefore, it could take some time before we will find a balance and find a new common interface on which we can build on. Because I do believe that quite a few actually know and recognize the need for this common ground. We're now in a situation where the old rules vanish and old procedures are disappearing. We can see it in the central organization level. We have a lot of agreements that the employer have retrieved from unilaterally, and we have, of course, a board that doesn't include the employer side. It is a different matter altogether to be involved in providing data information than just to get it from somewhere else. And therefore, I should encourage us to have common structures where both sides would provide data and draw this common picture. We can also clearly see that this year we've seen a lot of battles on the labour market. Some of them are still ongoing, and I won't take a stand on who's to blame and who's not, and who's right, who's wrong. It's just a statement. This is the way things are now, where the structures are collapsing and there's no new structure. That means that the strongest prevail, and that's what we have to live with. From our perspective, for collective advocacy for employees, there is and will be a need. And we can see it in these studies and papers with the universal validity and so on. Employees need and desire collective advocacy and therefore also the security provided by collective agreements. And this is all about balancing the labour market. It doesn't. We don't want the employee to be the weaker party here. Of course, the employer's power is visible, and of course, ultimately, they have the power to employ and dismiss. Of course, the organized collective bargaining, legislative activities are necessary, and of course, this is something that the ILO also requires in working life. Also, the minister referred to the transition in working life here. We all agree on that. We can see various phenomena regarding that. But I think we all want to maintain the collective nature. If you go to in Helsinki, you look at the Wolt employees, they negotiate collectively how to deal with their working conditions. And now, during the COVID pandemic, and with the rise of fuel prices, they have certainly had a collective wish towards the employer to get certain benefits. And in Finland, with the platform economy, in many countries, these employees have become organized. We are lagging a little bit behind there, but with the collective advocacy need, it stays, definitely. It's not going anywhere. When there's been talk about where to look for an example, Sweden, Germany, and when we look at the employers' solutions, I think they are looking at Germany and looking for similar labour market activities, although they say it's Sweden rather. I think they refer to Germany more. I think we should try to find the solutions ourselves. Imported solutions, wherever they come from, I don't think they are sustainable solutions. If we pick individual cherries from the cake in other countries, and both parties are guilty of this. When we talk about that, we need to get some features from the Swedish model into the Finnish one, then employees will pick something and employers something else, and we will not find common ground with that. When you referred to balancing the negotiating position, we also need a balanced coordination on the state level. There was a reference to coordination of pay, and on the national level, we do know that a coordinated wage formation that has sufficient flexibility is the best model for the economic development, and we need structures for that. And if I say that we need balanced coordination on the national level, that I also mean that for in the sense that the framework that the employers on the industrial side try to create will not last, and that's why we need national coordinated solutions. And this same problem is there in Sweden as well. They have had special solutions for teachers, for practical nurses, when the industrial sectors settlements do not provide people with the necessary terms. So you need to come up with specific solutions if you haven't given it enough thought beforehand. And then if we think about the local versus national level, we need to remember that the interests of individual companies are different than the national interests. And we in the central organization always try to look at things at a broader horizon. Of course, we have our own black boxes as well, but looking at the big picture, I think is easier from an organization that tries to combine these interests. And of course, the listed company, of course, wants to promote the interests of their owners. Thank you.
Kiitokset puheenjohtaja Elo.
Thank you. Jarkko Eloranta, I really liked about this pedagogic circus. So we now have a 20-minute coffee break, and we still have a lot of things to discuss in our panel discussion. So let's resume at 15:45 for our panel discussion, and we also give the floor to our audience on the topics we just heard about. So the coffee is served in the lobby.
Hyvät ystävät, tervetuloa takaisin ja tervetuloa tähän.
Dear friends, welcome back to this panel discussion organized by Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment and Center European Movement Finland. When we prepared this discussion last spring in our ministry, we thought about in our communication department that we had come up with a very good idea that we could have two moderators in this panel instead of one. Well, here we are. Jaakko Hirvola, the CEO of Technology Industries of Finland. Well, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here and welcome to Hirvola family panel discussion, so we have our hearts in the right place. Well, thank you very much, Jaakko. Thank you for joining me in this very bold and brave initiative. And well, if you feel embarrassed a little bit, I can assure you that we feel a bit embarrassed as well. Well, this is our first ever panel discussion ever. Well, this might also be the last. Who knows? Well, if this will be the last, we can focus on playing table ice hockey and following the local ice hockey club and its success. Well, let's get back to more serious issues. We have 5 panelists here. Indeed, we have a very high level of expertise in this panel, and let's see who we have here. We have Secretary General, Undersecretary of State Elina Pylkkänen, welcome, and then Aaro Kantel, a researcher, chair of a company board and Technology Industry Employers of Finland, and then here we have, well, Jarkko Eloranta referred to power politics, and we also have Jonna Voima here. Voima is force in Finland. Well, she has 20 years of experience in trade union movement. She is the chair of trade union Jyty. And then next to Jonna, we have Jari Jokinen. Well, he also has a very long experience in trade union activities. What would you say? How many kilometers do you have behind you? Well, only 6.5 years. Well, I worked a few years on the other side of the table. Well, Jari is the Secretary General of Academic Engineers and Architects in Finland. And then here we have Dr. Johanna Vuorelma, University of Helsinki. She is from the Center of European Studies. Welcome, Johanna. Well, here's our set of experts in this panel discussion. So let's discuss the topics that we heard before the coffee break. And we have a high level of expertise and very good experts in this panel. And I'm sure that we can fulfill the minister's wishes of extensively discussing this thing. Well, we've distributed you some blue and red papers, and these include keywords for this panel discussion. Well, do not touch anything yet, because these should stay as they are. So we have a more developed tool for you, audience, to use, a prospectum for voting. This is how you give the audience's view on the questions that we have. So here are voting instructions. So please go to the address mentioned here on the board. So choose the location venue, Meri-lava, and then you receive questions from the panelists or for the panelists. And I hope that you actively participate in this discussion, not only in this room, but also online in front of your screen. So please give us your opinion on the questions. So let's practice for a while now that you've all found the Meri-lava location on the communication wall. So we have this digital voting tool, and then of course if you would like to ask something, I'm sure that we have a lot of experts in the audience as well. So if you'd like to ask something during the discussion, well, you can do it. And then we have already discussed with some experts in the audience that they are asked to comment something. Okay, so we have very wide topics for this panel, and therefore we have had to restrict this discussion a little bit. Of course, well, we talk about the labor market and the future labor market model, but we are not going to discuss this autumn's negotiations in this panel. We have a more future forward-looking view in this panel. How could the future labor market contracting model look like in Finland? So let's go 5 years ahead in time, 2027. What kind of model do we have then, according to you panelists? Okay, well, I believe that most of you have now found this place on the voting tool. We have a very simple but very topical practice question, not only for this seminar but also in general. So can we have the question here on the wall? So Matti can help you with voting. So 2 options. So what is the best ice hockey team in Satakunta area? Of course, your answers dictate the future of this panel, so make sure you pick up the right answer. You should all know which is our favorite ice hockey team. So you answered right. What is the best ice hockey team in Satakunta region? It is, of course, Porin Ässät, the one that my brother and I support. So let's give Porin Ässät a hand and let's continue with our panel. So now you're all tuned in to talk about labor market matters. So let's have a first round of warm-up. We heard many important messages and introductions in the beginning of this afternoon session. So what are the key elements you'd like to discuss this afternoon? So let's move from this side, from left to right. Elina, you're the first. Thank you. Well, the first part of this afternoon made me a bit worried. It was worrying to listen to the interim results. So there's a lot of fragmentation on the Finnish labor market and opinions differ, but on the other hand, there's a certain degree of optimism. Well, we do need optimism for creating trust and building trust. Should we have a pessimistic view, we'll never reach 2027. Well, I'm very much in favor of reform. It's always a good idea to reform anything, especially the labor market. Well, trust is a key issue to myself as well. Trust builds a basis for all collaboration, trust towards other partners and also towards the system itself. So trust is key here, and I believe we require a lot of trust towards each other as well. And this system will change from a more centralized system to more company-specific labor market contracting and negotiating system. So we have to look for common interest instead of short-term own interest. And of course, we always have to give up something in order to reach something. In those companies that I'm involved in, I haven't seen any trouble yet. I believe that, well, I have a feeling that we've had a very strong feeling of moving forward together, and then negotiating on salaries and such matters are not so important. So I think we have good conditions for moving forward. Well, trust at local level is of course very important, how to build trust on a local level. Jonna, well, the interim results were a bit disappointing, of course, if the key target for employers is to increase local contracting even above the company's competitiveness, and they want to discourage people from joining trade unions. So this was no surprise, of course, but still very disappointing. And Jarkko said in his speech that most agreements also during this round were concluded under normal terms in good feeling of collaboration. So I'm optimistic as well. And then Jari, well, I have to say this already in the beginning, and I also paid attention to trust. Trust is important, of course, but we also need money. Money is needed. To be frank, I have to say this. And thinking about what Minister Haatainen said, well, of course, the role of politicians is very important here as well. And one thing that we haven't put enough attention to is that, do we really understand what are we agreeing upon when we negotiate working life agreement? So what is the collective agreement that is applicable? So collective agreements are not very well known to all participants. So what are the answers you have received? Well, people have not been able to give any proper answers, and that is of course typical for people involved in politics. What about you, Johanna? What are your thoughts at this point? Well, there were many interesting remarks in the beginning of this afternoon, and I've studied trust in politics, and I think one of the key questions is that what do we mean by trust when we talk about trust in politics? When we analyze trust, we have to think about what is the angle we are looking trust from. So there are different types of trust, so we should be clear about what type of trust we are talking about. And another thing that I'd like to put some focus on is that you talked a lot about local versus national or state level action, but nobody mentioned the global level, how much global conditions have changed in recent decades. And global level is also very important in the labor market turbulence. Global conditions exist and labor markets are global, and therefore we have to take global perspective into account as well. Well, that is a very good point indeed, and Anders Blum also touched upon this, and I have also focused on this during my studies. So we should think about our system as a result of historical development. Already Soviet Union has influenced our system, and now the world has changed dramatically, and therefore we have to take the global perspective into account as well. Of course, history matters, but also the changing world around us. Okay, thank you very much for this first word, and let's start with the first panel theme. The future of work in the future and working life in future. Well, Jaakko first. Well, thank you for this discussion, very good points, but I heard the word history mentioned many times, so you took a look at this phenomenon from a historical perspective, and as Johanna said, we also have to take global matters into account. Let's think about future working life in 2027. How does it look like? Before discussing the future labor market contracting model, of course, we have to first figure out how does future working life look like. Now let's engage our audience in this discussion, and let's give our audience the first question. Indeed, so we have prepared you the following question. So Pori Nassat was first in the first question. Very well, good answer to the first question, 56% and something. And now the next question is here in your prospectum application. So please list 3 key words that best describe the changes in working life in 2027 compared to 2022. So 3 key words that characterize the change in working life between now and 2027. So let's focus on work and how work looks like, and then let's discuss the contracting framework later on. So before looking at the results, what about you panelists? How do you see working life changing during the past 5 years? Johanna, what do you think? Let's start from the global level first.
Well, of course, it didn't happen over the past 5 years. It's been a longer period of time when we refer to that time as a strengthening of a competition state. And of course, Finland has joined in that development. There's been a lot of talk about competitiveness or the maintenance of external competitiveness, and of course, labor-based immigration, attracting employees. We could talk about global labor market much more than what it used to be. Companies have a global labor market, and there have been comparisons where we try to find answers from the peer countries. And in that sense, this type of labor market system or the reality of the working life cannot be compared with what it used to be a couple of decades ago. And in that sense, there may be some historical blindness, but the globalization is one aspect, but what we are currently seeing is a kind of questioning. Do you mean now or in year 27? I think in the year 27 we will have moved even further to that direction, that we can see all the vulnerabilities that are related to that. So the global market that in which we need to be able to compete in means that we are much more vulnerable. Other notions, observations, Jari? Thank you. I would also like to underline the international labor market. Labor-based immigration was already called for, yes. If I look at it from the academically trained engineers, for example, we have plenty of foreign students graduating here, say as civil engineers or architects, and they are not employed as easily as Finns are in our labor market. So that tells the story of the domestic nature of our labor market in a negative way. And here, even small maneuvers would be important. So indeed, if you write your master's thesis for a company, you will be much more easily employed. And when we want Finland to succeed, Finnish companies to succeed, we need to be able to recruit competent workforce with higher education. Now you can see the keywords there: digitalization, internationality. Is there anything surprising in this map here? Elina? I would say that how I see the development in the next 5 years, I think the employer-employee gap will be diminished, and we will be much more employers of ourselves, self-employed entrepreneurs than what we are today. So I think this self-regulation and the opportunities it provides will increase the more digitalized the world will be and offer us opportunities, and the creative destruction when it is allowed to happen on the corporate field, and the automation that will replace this monotonous work. I think people will be more responsible for their lives and careers. Do you agree? You're nodding your heads. Jonna wants to comment. Please speak brief. We have more questions. Maybe it's not so closely related to working, but what occurred to me with this question is that when we're moving towards a situation where we need to compete for competent workforce, that means in practice that the employees' mobility in 2027 will be on another level than what it is now. People won't stay with the same employer for so long. I think good points were mentioned already, but I would add 2 points. In future, companies will compete for workforce, and this diverse way of working will also mean that we need to be more flexible. The employers will have higher demands, and the labor market will be more on the employee side in future. And then another point is that the rules have changed in the third millennium now that we have the global competition, and that means that the rules and conditions come from abroad. It's increasingly difficult to find an industry in Finland that would only operate in the domestic market, where we could have a centralized regulation of working conditions and salaries and so on. And that used to be the case before the 2000s, but it's no longer so. Let's move on, but unless somebody wants to just raise 1 or 2 points, what are the essential aspects that the future development will bring? What are the first challenges that come to your mind? Flexibility. Johanna, I just wanted to add, because I was looking for mental health issues. I think it should be on the list. It is something that we will need to give a lot more thought. It has become the biggest reason why. We all agree on that. Jaakko, if I can make just one observation related to this discussion about the significance of the technological development. And you can see it in these keywords: digitalization, I think is the keyword that has the biggest support here. But the technological development will inevitably change the working life, and it will at the same time offer huge opportunities for societies. If we think about the in terms of productivity that it may involve, and some people have thought that the technological development will solve big problems in the world, globally speaking, will solve things also in working life. But the transition period will be tricky, and we need to build a bridge towards that future. But when the Minister of Employment said that we need to have a common view with regard to the development, including the technological development, do you have any ideas of what that common view could be and where we should push that development towards what? What should we utilize in the development of working life? Now it suddenly became very quiet. Jari. Yes, thank you. I want to give my colleagues time to think of something clever to say. Generally speaking, many of these things that are listed here, say opportunity for working from home without strict times, working hours, technology is the thing that enables that. And I'm sure it will bring about many new jobs as well, new types of work. For the younger generation, you can see clearly that work no longer defines their values in life. It's just one thing among others, and it's no longer the most essential thing. May I quickly comment, please? Yes. So what occurs to me with regard to technology is that it is essential that technology serves working and not vice versa. If we think about the city of Helsinki and their problems with the salary payments and which are due to a technical system, it's not what should happen. Imagine that 5 years ago we had such problems. Luckily now in 2027 they have all been solved. Yes, indeed. Before we move on, does anybody else want to comment? We were talking about what will change by 2027, but what will not change? Could you quickly list some important issues that will remain the same? Aro. Quickly, if we talk about the labor market, Finland is fully dependent on exports, and the competitiveness of exports will remain. And another thing is when we compare Finland to the other Nordic countries, we no longer have the tool of devaluation. Johanna, what won't change is that the rate of employment rate and the welfare state, their future are strongly connected to each other. And in the 5-year time span, I hope we are going towards a better direction here. But I think the solution should be found rather sooner than later. And another thing is the demographic change. It's hard to fight against it, and those megatrends that are ongoing, whether they are quiet ones or visible ones, urbanization, climate change, and so on and so forth. These are the things that we will live with for decades from now. Thank you. Now, Matti, I think it's time for us to move on to our next topic. Yes, thank you. Our second topic is trust. And that was discussed already in many interventions in the first part of our session when we were trying to come up with a common target, some words with which we could build that common goal, as the Minister of Employment was referring to. But to get to that objective, we need a path, a road there. And trust, of course, is the key element directing us on that road towards the common goal. And as Professor Blum and Mr. Leine were showing their results, indicating that the trust has deteriorated between the social partners, but also at workplaces and companies. And what is interesting here, when we talk about trust in general, we can see that there are many different levels of trust. It exists on different levels in the labor market. There's trust in workplaces and in this labor market and in society in general, and they should all be made to play together. And my first question to the panelists is that, how do you see the key level of trust? Is it the local level? Is it the general trust in the labor market? Is it the broader societal trust? Or where should we focus on in building trust in Finland currently with the common goal in 2027 in mind? Matti, should we engage the audience again? If you go to the lowest or highest level in your own company or office, from your own perspective, has the level of trust deteriorated in your own workplace or not? And this gets me to the question for the panelists, what they feel, what the level of it is. But now is your chance to use the blue and red sheets of paper. Blue means that it has deteriorated, and red that it hasn't. This is less anonymous than what the audience can do. Can you just repeat? Red means trust has not deteriorated, and blue means that trust has deteriorated. So a strong indication. So you're saying it has deteriorated. 4 say hasn't, and 1 says it has. How would you assess the previous question? What is the most essential level of trust? Elina. I would say that the trust in our society and our democratic system, and that we still trust our decision makers, that's very essential. But then on the grassroots level, we need to be able to trust our friends and pals. Jari. I agree with what Elina said, but I would like to bring in the point of how well we understand when talking about the labor market activities what we are actually talking about. This is also one source of trust, to understand what we're actually dealing with here. And as I referred earlier, we could, on both sides of the table, work more on this. I was not surprised by the investors' opinion about the labor market being what it was, as Professor Blum was saying, that there wasn't really trust in it. But if you don't know what you're trusting in, it's not easy to solve. Johanna. According to studies, the grassroots level networks and trust built there is very essential. And there are studies showing that activities in various organizations, your very close networks are important, but they have weakened in many Western countries in the past decades. And that means that people don't have such encounters in this network that would build up trust, and that can weaken the trust in society more generally, because, of course, in society, the trust is usually directed at institutions. And if there is this corruption of trusts, that you no longer trust any institutions in society, that's actually quite worrying. But maybe there is a situation where one institution has shown some problems, then I think it is actually a healthy phenomenon that some distrust is expressed towards such an institution. It's good to bring up any problems as well, so otherwise they'll never be fixed. And what does the audience say? It seems... Shall we take the next question? So this was a question regarding has the trust weakened or deteriorated in your own workplace? The majority says no, it hasn't. But then the next question, what about trust in the labor market generally? Has trust deteriorated or weakened, generally speaking? How do you find that? Let's see if this is corresponding result. Here it might be interesting when CEO Hamala here said that the active dialogue in the workplaces is quite important. Could you comment on that, how the situation is in Metsä Group? The dialogue is important, but how do you build it up, and how do you succeed in building trust at the workplace? Do we have a microphone? Thank you. We can say that trust is created between people, but in an organization, whether it is a company or something between the state and the citizens, it has to be systemic. So the existence of trust cannot be based on the trustworthiness of individuals. It has to become something systemic. And we have depended on our values having trust, and we always emphasize that we need to act in a reliable manner that will create trust in others, and that we need to share our objectives and information. And if we do something, if I go to work in the morning, people can trust that I will do the things that I have communicated earlier on that I'll do. If every morning I come up with a new thing and come through a different door when I enter the office, nobody can trust what I'm doing. So the long-term persistent setting of goals, communicating about them and sticking with them, that will become an organizational culture. By the way, I'm one of the people who says that their trust is not weakened on the labor market. Thank you, CEO Hämälä. Interesting.
Pohjaisuus tässä on tärkeää systeemi.
So value basis and systemic trust are very important element. Well, Aaro wants to say something. Well, yes, I totally agree. And in my company, transparency is important as well. Transparency in terms of information and also situational image. It's important to have a joint situational image. We sometimes conduct cooperation negotiations in their traditional sense in my company. How do we see the future and what are the opportunities we see in the future and so on. And another thing which is also a bit controversial, but people feel that equal and fair treatment means that those who work the hardest also receive higher salaries. If hard work is not rewarded, it is seen as unjust. So somebody has to earn more and somebody maybe less if reasons exist. Well, labor market trust is of course an important element, but we have to move forward. But I have to ask the president of Confederation of Finnish Trade Unions, how does he see things? How do you see this, the systemic value basis and building trust on the basis of that? How do you see this? Well, I think we should build more trust, and as you said, the companies have built systemic trust. And looking from the trade union's perspective, trust has been eroded by removing those structures that have served as a basis for systemic trust. Well, let's say that you have a nuclear reactor and you take away some key elements and suddenly the whole thing collapses. So this is what's been going on in Finnish companies. So structures have been eroded and therefore trust has diminished. And it's not enough that we create something new. We have to build something new on a certain level. As Johanna said, building trust is an important thing in Western societies in general, and therefore we should put more responsibility for certain players, such as organized trade unions and organized employer organizations, so that they feel that they are involved in society, that there are structures where they can operate, their voice is heard, and in that way contribute to stability in society. Thank you very much, Jarkko. So trust is something that we could discuss for days, but we have to move forward, and our next theme is common interest. Jarkko will introduce this theme. So we've exceeded our time by 2 minutes, so try to restrict your own introduction, please. Okay, so moving on from what we just heard, we heard about the interim results that 68% thought that lack of common interest is a problem. And the logic of common interest is, of course, important to any society. And therefore, as the minister said, employees have received benefits for increase in productivity, inflation has been stable, and working environment has been stable and so on. But let's not go into details in this. So this has been the spirit of doing things together. If we work hard, everybody will benefit as well. But let's say recognizing common interest is necessary. Only in that way you can determine joint situational image and joint objectives, how to recognize common interest. It's an important first step. So let's, shall we take another question? So let's start with the word cloud question again. So let's move on with our list of questions. Let's take word cloud question of theme number 7. List 3 key most important common interests of employees and employers that both parties should strive for. So what are the key terms or key words for common interest between employees and employers? While we are collecting results, let's listen to our panelists. How do you see this? How do you see this common interest? Is there a common interest between employees and employers? And also, would you like to comment on, well, to what extent finding common interest is realistic, or is it just rhetorics? Is it something that takes place in real life? Well, this is, of course, closely connected to our discussion on trust. Well, when the employee feels that he or she feels well, he works well, and then, of course, this benefits also the employer. But thinking about the negotiating table, of course, people can look for a common interest only if there's trust. Parties have to trust each other first. If there's no trust, it's very difficult to find common denominators that lead to common interests. But trust is the key here as well. Okay, well, 68% thought that the lack of this is a problem. So who's next? Johanna. Well, common interest is a very interesting concept, very problematic in political research, because it sometimes covers the fact that in pluralistic democracies there are different interests and they have to be weighed upon in decision making, for example, and look for reasonable compromises that are applicable in relations between employees and employers. So is the common interest the right concept here? Is this the way forward? Looking at these words in the cloud, I'm not so sure if all of them are related to common interest. Are these really the words that describe the common interest. There are interests, some of them are common interests, some of them are not. They are similar but sometimes different, and we have to weigh upon between different interests in an open and transparent way, and this builds trust. We have to understand what kind of interests other parties have. So here we have a very interesting words in our cloud. Is there any common denominator here? I agree, but the key thing is, of course, that the company has to be profitable and competitive, otherwise it fades away. It is important to renovate and reform all the time and renew, be able to renew anything. So it's important that we develop companies, that we invest in R&D. It's often very inspiring to employees that companies invest in R&D and reform. So it can be different in different companies, whether the focus is on the next quarter or next 5 years. So I'd like to focus on reform and renewal and forget about percentages and decimals in every negotiating round. So you are more for reform. Yes, I'm for reform and renewal instead of small adjustments. Yes, it is important to renew expertise. I'm a bit worried about whether Finnish companies share a common interest in terms of reforms and renewal. It's important to develop expertise. Elina, common interest is based on common values and common value basis. So employees and employers have to value similar things. But I also agree that productivity is very important here. Productivity is key for well-being, not only in society but also in economy and everywhere. So productivity creates value and economic growth. Productivity growth produces spare time and well-being. I think that we should have good incentives. We need good incentives to encourage people to move forward and increase competitiveness. So it is a good thing to compete. It serves common interest. Well-being at work is a key factor here as well. I think that these keywords are very relevant, and now I'd like to hear from the academic side. Professor Blum, you have, together with researcher Laine, analyzed the problematics of common interest. So what do you think of these keywords here in the cloud? Is the common interest the right concept here? Thank you. For terminology, Professor of Practice is my correct title, although I am a doctor as well. I'd like to focus on what Jarkko said. He talked about collectivism. I'd like to choose another term now that we've heard a lot about technologies and digitalization, but I think that a very relevant change in working life is a spirit of community, whether we can feel that there's a communality or spirit of community spirit in companies. It is very relevant, as Kantel said, that employees are engaged. Employees want to have more democratic procedures in companies, but it doesn't have to be that deep as many managers are afraid of. It's also an emotional state. When I started my studies in university, was that I realized that in terms of experiences, 80% is about emotions. There are different types of managers, community managers and managers who focus on real issues. So being together and spirit of community is very important. Technologies have taken away this spirit of community in many places. So being somewhere together and feeling the spirit of community is something that is very important in our existing negotiating and contracting system. And this is also relevant in terms of the double bond that we presented. In long term, we have established that people vote less than before. This is an important handicap in international politics. People are not so interested in voting anymore. And this has resulted in terms of this double bond, that we should find a more reasonable way, a more moderate way. It's not either or, so we should somehow find a new way forward. And how to determine this better is politics then. So this is a nice introduction to our next theme as well. Just one word to finish with. This issue shows the meaningfulness of work. This has to do with reform and renewal, that people feel that they do something meaningful. They fight for green transition, for example. Green transition is very central and strategic in Europe, so it must be very motivating to work with green transition. And this is closely connected to reform and renewal as well. So our fourth theme is the framework for future contracting. Well, Professor of Practice Blum said that, and this was also visible in the introduction of the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment, and also the Swedish model is very interesting in terms of future framework, and Eloranta said that the German model is interesting as well. And of course, in terms of competitiveness, the German model looks very attractive. Well, all in all, as we've said, all these systems are results of historical developments, and our task now is to find the best possible model for Finland, for Finnish society in this historical and cultural context. We cannot copy-paste another model from another country, but of course we can adapt best practices from other countries and study them. Thinking about future and key characteristics of our future framework for contracting on the labor market. So what do you think, our panelists? What are the key factors or key characteristics for our future contracting model on the Finnish labor market? Elina. Well, of course, we use more data. There are more differences between different industries, and industry-specific characteristics have been taken better into account, and how different industries develop. We have to use data more. So, and also publish information on what industries and what professions are relevant in the future. So using data is key here. Thank you. Jonna. So now that we are in 2027, we can think of year 2022, when we thought that one salary increase percentage is good for every industry. Well, now in 2027, we have realized that we should do things differently. For example, that we have to take industry-specific characteristics into account when talking about female-dominated industries, for example. So we cannot use the same model for all industries.
Well, yes, in that world, maybe as per industries, we can have rules according to the Swedish model, but we should give the power there where it's in the most competent hands. But before we get into that, the joint understanding of the current situation is important, and I think it's a shame when Jarkko said that there is no such instance that we could all trust. But I think that is a big problem. If somebody thinks inflation is 10% and other says that it's 3%, so the common understanding is important, and that again gets us to the common ground and common goals. So we've been talking about the industry-specific solutions and company-specific solutions. Should we now ask a question from the audience? Question number 8. Are agreements now more local or more centralized when we are in the year 2027? Yes, that is a good question. I would like to remind you, if we have anybody among the audience, we have some questions that we've prepared, but if you have any people who would like to participate in this discussion, we are getting closer to that point in the panel, so maybe you should raise your hand to take the floor. We're getting the responses now. How does the panel assess this company? The local agreement seems to be a dominant model. How have we guaranteed the equal setting for the negotiations in 2027? Jari. I think for the salaried employees, the collective labor agreement is good because it gives a lot of space for local agreements while it agrees on some common issues. And I hope that that model could still be in use back in 2027, because there are a few companies whose core business is to agree on working conditions. And if you would have something ready-made as a solution for them, that would be good. And maybe smaller parts you could then agree separately. The minister talked about the Swedish model and how employees should have more opportunities to have more say on the company's issues. And then the trust, we talk about rational trust in research, meaning that you must have enough information about the opposing side. When you do have enough information, then you can trust them as well. And I think in this model for 2027, the employees should have more rights. And that would mean that local agreement, the balance between them was very well explained in this intervention. And I agree with what Jari was saying. And if you were asked that what is the collective labor agreement that you last read, and I would recommend people to read through the collective labor agreement that applies to your company, that was drafted together with the employer and the employee. It looks different, it looks quite attractive, and your common rules have been jointly agreed on. It seems to work well and build trust there. So, Jari, I think we should introduce these elements into our next system. And local agreement is an important topic. Luckily, we have plenty of expertise among our audience here. We have Antti Neimala, Department Director from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment here, running that Department of Expertise there. Antti, how would you evaluate from the regulation perspective what kind of issues can be covered from the legislative perspective in this kind of a system? Thank you for the question. This has been debated for quite some time as to what should be done to the legislation if we move on to more local agreements. And I usually respond that when there are needs to reform the legislation, but they are not in a vacuum either. We've been talking about the loss of common interest and that there is a lack of trust. And it is my impression that on the highest principle level, we should promote local agreements also by changes of legislation. But when there is a lack of strong will and intention of the direction to which we should move, also with regard to legislation. So if the general atmosphere is more based on trust and there is a clear willingness to create changes, I'm sure on the legislative side we can respond to that and are happy to do so. Thank you. And now the last question about this entity, just briefly, because I got interested in what Johanna raised. You should have this kind of proactive say among the employees with regard to issues concerning the company and how we can prepare this kind of a setting to make sure that local agreements work better. So how would you achieve that? Very quickly, Jonna, first. Well, I assume that the local agreement will come from through the collective agreements, and we've been talking about what collective labor agreement you've read the last. So if you want to read the one that applies to municipal conditions, there have been plenty of room created for local sections, and this is the strong message we've received from the employers, and that's why they are paying their membership fees to the employer organizations. I would call for more transparency, and I've been calling for more employees in the administration, and that would reduce the unnecessary mistrust. Very good. I think that was all we had to say about the section regarding local agreements and the framework for agreements in future is that something that the minister referred to as well, this settlement system. We haven't touched upon that, but it has been in the public debate a lot. So just a brief voting with the red and blue sheets. Should we quickly renew our Finnish system and model? So red for yes for reform. Everybody agrees to that. Jari, how would you argue for your response? Well, I think that when we go to the arbitrator, the mediator, we have already failed once, and it's not always the best possible situation to try and make progress. It would be good to gain more information on equal terms for the partners or parties, and that the mediator would have some outlook on these processes. Closer to the Swedish model? Yeah, that's right. And this is a question of culture. This has been an indication to show that we've done everything we could. You have to take it to very late in the evening. But I think it's about culture and creating a common understanding of the current situation should be done by an institute that everybody trusts, and that will give us the common ground and basis. We have also Anu Sajavaara here in the audience. Would you like to comment on this need as the national conciliator? Well, of course, all institutions must be assessed from time to time the way they function, and this is part of our labor market system. And of course, currently we are in a big transition phase, and the whole discussion about whether the current system is working, in particular with regard to the upcoming winter, we can say that we have plenty of challenges, but I'm not sitting alone in my office. I do have assistants in this conciliation work, and we have so far managed with our workload. But we should remember that it is important to bear in mind our picture about the future, and it is important to carry out that discussion on the organization level, as Jari was saying, think about what kind of competence is needed in the future. And unfortunately, we do have some industries where this dialogue is very scarce and has a lot of tension or even non-existent. So you could say that those who can't reach a settlement on their own end up in the conciliator's office, and we try there to build up some common ground for the collaboration. But we have a lot of work to do. But this has been a good discussion, and I do hope that it will be continued also on other arenas. Yes, thank you, Anu. Jaakko, we've covered our topics, and now we should get back to future. So what happened here? I think we have a tie, so maybe we would need to have more time, but we don't. So should we check with the panelists what the impression is? Do you feel we have now a shared understanding of the problem? Do we share this situation picture? Just intuitively where we are heading to in developing the system. Red, you feel it's not clear yet. Blue, you feel you know where we're heading. We see red and then both colors and one blue. Can I ask you, Johanna, for comments? You were the optimist here. Sure. I think the analysis of what our problems are is commonly shared, but the tools by which we will start to solve these problems, we disagree on. And I could ask Elina Pylkkänen, when you showed the red sheet, how do you argue for your response that it's not clear yet where we're heading? Well, I refer to this study that was presented to us at the beginning of this event, and what Jarkko Eloranta mentioned, that everybody is fighting against everyone. So it's not all in harmony with among the employers either. So I don't think we have reached a consensus or a common view in that respect. And Jari can take the last comment about how we could get a common view of the situation so that people feel that it's time to continue with the dialogue. Perhaps at this stage I can also try and make it a bit lighter here. So my background is that of a civil engineer, and when you have a solution, that's the point when you can actually say yes. I do think there is some common will to get there, but how to reach that, as Johanna said, I think we're not quite on the clear yet. Minister Haatainen, we have used about 70 minutes to try and perceive the road towards the future, as you also referred to that in your speech. How does it seem to you now? How much work is still required to get to a common understanding about the future road? Did we achieve any initial ideas? When we're in Turku, I think we should cite our former president. I think we should do something. That's what occurred to me. And I think this discussion nicely brought up the fact that this question is more complex than what we at first think. I think we covered nicely the various topics, and when everybody agreed that we need a better common understanding of our situation on this societal level and the big picture, but also on the company level. And here we need information. That information is being shared on the company level, and we need to involve employees and tap on to the competence that we have among the employees. And in the spirit of co-determination, we need to increase that dialogue, and to be able to get a common view, I think we need to have the common knowledge base. I don't know if you lack trust there, but you at least must make sure that we're talking about the same facts here. Often in the pay negotiations, we start with different facts, actually. Then what I noticed here, that we need to emphasize the equal setting for the negotiations, and if we try to reach some common interests, we need to feel that we are on equal terms when we discuss things, so that nobody is kind of overruling another one. So my interpretation of this discussion is that there is a need and use for such a discussion, and I'm available to you. Thank you. I think this is a good point to end our discussion. We look forward to the part 2 of Hirvola family's politics debate. Let's not have an audience barometer about that. Thank you for panelists, other speakers, and this discussion is closed for now.